Sweet Jeebus. Ka-ching, ka-ching, ka-ching. Joining us today is Mira Mask Arts. Mira is a traditional artist, harpist, and just a little bit of a gremlin. Please follow her over at https://www.twitch.tv/Mira Mask Arts. Oh my God, no. How could you?
36.
I am in the middle of doing your guest command, and I'm not on the camera, and we have ads starting in 30 seconds, and now I have to do 3 big red rubber chicken squawks with the baby chickens, and that's a tier 3 resub chat. That's tier flippin' 3. Thank you so much, Mir. I adore you. You little gremlin. See, I was just saying something about a little bit of a gremlin. Just a skosh of the gremlin. Just a dash of gremlin. We're here for the kids today, though, okay? Hi, Nomi. Welcome in. All right, ads are in progress. We have pre-rolls. The guest command is updated. I am sure there's something I'm forgetting. I forgot how to knit. Sorry, we're gonna have to game. To teach you how to play Fortnite. Have you ever played Fortnite, Mirror? We're gonna try to use stream together because I want it to work. Although, hey, Mirror, you know what we can do? We can use shared chat, I believe, even if, and I've never done it. So if you're comfortable using shared chat, we could do that. Well, you know what, Mirror? Maybe we need to make that a goal. And remind me, is your 1015, is that, what does that represent again? I am so sorry for having to ask you that. Should I knock on Mirror's stream? Mirror is live. We could make it a goal. You'd be willing to try. I mean, you know, the thing is, too, is that, like, we don't have to, we can just be in voice. No, we should have each other's stream on stream or whatever. If you make the goal, you'll reach 10K lifetime on Tiltify. Let's go. Chat seems active. Consider clipping this moment for 9.5. That we're on the starting soon screen, Twitch. We're in ad, Twitch. I love you, Twitch. Come on, get it together. Oh my goodness. Twitch is impressed with my starting soon hype. I tried to think of a snappy comeback to your professional streamer, and I just don't have it. I haven't had enough caffeine today. Oh my God, speaking of, I forgot to finish making my tea upstairs. Oh, Lord. Our next milestone is I have to eat Dr. Pepper jerky on stream. Yum. Question mark. Oh. Oh yeah, I was gonna have some best pie. Let me go pour the water over it. Oh. Out of it! Okay. You listen here. Mirror. You are employed doing something in the education sector. I have mad respect for you for that because I know it's not easy. Blues Muse, welcome in. Thank you for your first time chat. I don't want to hear this. I'm not, blah, blah, blah. Whatever. Are you kidding me? I realized I didn't do a social media post for us. So you are in good company. Answering work emails listen, see, we love you and you do a lot. You're waiting for the freezes to start. Wait, I'm sorry. I'm confused. Let's try this again because the Twitch app is soggy garbage. Oh, don't get me started on the Twitch app. Did they do it again? Did you get it more than once, Miro? That's going to get old real fast. Did you get it more than once? 2 times? Twitch! And they don't give you the option a lot of the time to just say, I don't need to see this. I'm good, Twitch. Okay. Hello? All right. Hi. Hello, everyone. How's it going? We are going to be collaborating today with our friend Mirror Mask Arts, who is here in the chat. So everybody, please make sure you're following Mirror, who is a delightful human being, an absolutely amazing specimen of human talent and kindness and generosity. And since you went ahead and did your tier 3 resub, your 6 points, that's no small thing. Look, we have like 150 some odd plus points, right? I think we got to 152 last month. 6 divided by 152. That's 4% of what keeps me in the Plus program. It's no small thing. And I see you on the screen over there, Mira. We're gonna get into like actual collab mode in a second here. And I see a I don't want to ruin it. I don't want to ruin it. There's a fun surprise on the screen over there that's very cute. You should go over there and look at it. Please, please, please go follow Mirror. Awesome friend of the stream. I was gonna turn around and get a rubber chicken. But should we do this? I don't know if Mirrors people would want to hear this. I don't know though. You tell me. Should I wait? Oh God, I've already squeezed the air out. Crank it up. It's too late now, Mirror. Go. Oh, wait. Your face. I love you so much. That's just number 1. This is 3 years, you guys. How has it been 3 years? How is that even possible? Go! One more time. Oh my God! Everybody at home. I was trying to harmonize. It didn't work. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you, Big Red Chicken. Honey, Big Red Chicken. Hi, Toy. That was splendid. Good. Okay. All right. Now we need to actually do the thing and get in. No! Stop telling me the chat is active, Twitch. Mirror mascot. I'm going to invite you. How are we going to do this? Oh, God. I'm used to doing this when one or the other of the people is live. We're going to figure it out. We're doing it live, chat. All good. Let's do Discord for audio. I'm calling you. We're professionals. Professionals, chat.
Hello, banana, potato, banana.
Hi. What was that? What'd you just say?
Banana, potato, banana. That is how I do sound checks in Discord with friends.
Banana, potato, banana. Now I'm hungry. Thanks a lot.
I think that should be
reverb
expected for any Twitch.
I had reverb on still.
I mean, I will never tell you when it's on.
I know.
To turn it off.
I know this. It's because you are just a skosh of gremlin. Okay. Now is there echo still, Token? Or no?
I need to know if there's echo on my end too. Hopefully not.
So here's the other thing. So you said you've had trouble with the virtual camera feeding through to, have you had trouble with that?
So if my camera's being used by one software, it will not let me use it anywhere else.
Okay. I enabled shared chat.
which
I
I've used before.
I don't know
I've
if
seen
that worked for
before.
you. Shared
It
chat
did. It
moderation.
did, 'cause I
Whoa,
can
this is our
see
first time
I
using
can
shared
see
chat.
the icons underlying that represent each. Oh, hi. Hi, nice chat.
Would you look at that? No echo here. Okay, I see. So it shows me an
Mine's rotated.
icon for next to it has our user profile picture. Our PFP is our next to the messages that come from
Yes.
either chat.
Alright.
Very cool. See, like
How's
PD,
mine's volume?
PD's has your, okay, cool. Awesome. Both messages are coming. That's cool. That's actually a very cool feature.
Yeah. So the funny thing about it is that if we ever have overlapping commands, they would pop up both sets of our commands.
Wait a second.
I
So if we do
also
this, it makes your
It
FTK go
should.
off?
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
As long as the
I
person
think
has
so.
permissions to do those commands in your chat,
I
right?
think so.
Okay.
It should. At
Yeah.
least that's what I have seen elsewhere.
How funny. Well,
Yes, it does both.
let me.
Fourth wall works on both ends too, if you ever wanted to know.
Why don't
So if
we?
you have a fourth wall giveaway in one, it works
Uh-huh.
in both chats simultaneously.
So you used Video Ninja with Pix because maybe partly because
So
you
the way that
couldn't.
we did it was we used Facecam in Stream Together, and we screen shared our projects in Video Ninja.
Now, were you live at the same time as Pix?
That time I was not.
Yeah. So the only issue is if you're using your cameras in OBS at all, you're not going to be able to pull any kind of video unless it's OBS virtual camera.
Right. But what I did do was I created a scene with both of my cameras. So if we pull up Video
Perfect.
Ninja, I should be able to share just
Okay.
that.
Whatever
with
you're
you.
most comfortable using is fine. You can tell we did a lot of prep for this chat. Actually, it's helpful to people to know what these tools are. So if you guys didn't know, Video Ninja is and so do you already have one set up that you just want to send to me, like a link?
I do not, because I've never set it up. I have
Oh,
only
okay.
ever
No worries.
I've only ever
Video
received them.
Ninja. I have used it before. So we create a room. Oh, wait, it's not create a room, is it? Create reusable invite is different. It is create a room. Enter a room name here. 9 and no, you come first. Mirror and 9.
9-point mirror.
9-point mirror. Yes. Enter the rooms. Control center in the director's role.
There's no sound, PD? Oh, why did it switch like that? Are
Okay.
we back? Did I
Invite a
fix it?
guest. Copy link. So there's lots of different ways that you can do this. And yes, Stream Together is an option. But as you guys saw yesterday, we attempted to use Stream Together for video yesterday with Brian. And it went not so well, unfortunately. So something to consider when you are, doing these sorts of things is to have alternate options that you're at least somewhat familiar with. Hi, Mason. Hi. Who else am I not saying hello to yet? Balder Dashery, hello. There's sound on 9's end.
Did you set a path?
I did.
Okay. Am I supposed to know what it is?
I forgot to send it.
Oh, of course. Of course it would be that. I'm like, I'm probably supposed to be able to guess what this is.
I don't think we needed a password, but I set one anyway.
Well, it told me it was incorrect. So let me try.
No, really?
Yeah, let me try again.
Am I going to have to make a new room? You guys, this is just...
No, it's in. No. Don't
okay,
touch
you
it.
did it?
Don't
Okay,
touch
good,
it.
okay.
Give it a shot. Just give it time. Give it time.
Fantastic. So yeah,
Okay.
Petey's here, Tolkien's here, Balderdashi is here, Bellator is here. Thank you all. So now if you type in either of our chats, we'll be able to see it. So you don't, please do not feel like you need to repeat yourself in both channels because we are using shared chat. And I see you. Excellent. And we're going to mute that sound. And we're going to copy solo view link because this is your whole scene. And then I'm going to go in here to the scene that I have for when we have a guest with crafting and not tell everyone that you are Karen Day like I did to Brian yesterday. It's funny. We both said at the same time.
How to get you on my screen? I could just put your Twitch chat in here, your Twitch thing.
No. Don't worry about that. Here, ooh, did I do it? Hold on. See, this is a tool I'm not as familiar with using. Use an OBS to capture the video mix, links, guests invite. Where is it that I feed my camera? Copy link. Oh, what if I do this? Hold on. Paste. Join room with camera. Start virtual camera. Video source. Yes, allow. Yes. Use my cameras. Yes. Allow while visiting the site. Yes. Camera access request timed out. God. It's fine.
So the way that I did it, that Pix taught me was whatever I want to share.
Now, do you see it?
Do I see it?
Copy solo view link.
Oh, I found. Yeah, I see you.
Okay.
Oh, I see you.
So the only thing I'm thinking about here is then you're going to get my whole OBS. So how? I guess then we just get to be on our... No, because that's not right either. Then when I bring you in, if I switch scenes, it's going to capture OBS virtual camera. So how? This warps my brain. I'm telling you right now.
Yeah, me too. So when Pix set everything up, it was the least problematic thing I'd ever experienced. I don't know.
He is so organized.
I don't know what Pix did, but it was like absolute magic. I mean, granted, I wasn't streaming at the same time.
He's a project manager and he's done so many collabs. He just sort of has like a system, and I have not perfected a system for this yet.
I have done just a small handful of collabs, and not as, except for the one I did with Pix, not a single one of them technologically was set up like ideally. They're always a challenge.
Create new. Okay. Why, OBS, do you default to 800 by 600, 1920 by 1080? We want 1920 by 1080. It'd be so nice if you could just tell it that that's your default canvas for any browser source. I don't think so.
No.
Oh, there you are. Perfect. Okay. Yeah, this is the thing with being live at the same time.
Yeah, I know.
Whatever. I'm just going to put you on my screen and cover myself up, and I'll just be a disembodied voice.
Don't you dare.
Don't I dare? Oh, okay.
Don't you dare. Don't you dare. I will leave this so fast.
Let's see. At least give them background music, I guess, while I'm while I'm messing around with this. How about this? While we're messing around with this, talk about yourself a little bit. Tell everybody how long you've been streaming. You know the drill. Introduce yourself, and I'll fiddle with this on my end because I think we're gonna make it work.
Hi there. Hello. I'm Mirror, if you don't know me. Usually, I started on Twitch 3 years ago now. Has it been 3 years? I don't know time. Time since the pandemic has just not existed.
Oh, I know.
I think it's 3. Maybe.
Yeah.
I started with watercolor. And then bridged over to music with my harps. And now I'm obsessed with crochet. I crochet almost daily now.
That's awesome. I definitely crochet almost daily. Probably like too much still, and I'm trying to like back off a little so I don't have repetitive stress.
I have been having to be more careful with how much I stress my wrists and my arms.
Yeah, don't hurt yourselves, people. You need to take breaks and stretch and drink water and all that junk.
Because one of the workshops I did with Pix actually helped me reconfigure how I hold my yarn. So that has made a huge difference for me.
Have you used Pixel Chat? It's pretty easy.
You showed me that, and I have not. But
I'm gonna send you a link to Pixel Chat. And
I feel like a puppet in a puppet.
How often do you stream, and at what time? You join that. We should have your captions and mine on the screen. And if you want to,
banana, potato, banana. Yeah, it's got it.
Cool.
I try to keep up with usually Friday evenings, Sunday evenings. 7 to 10 p.m. Pacific. That's been my most consistent. But I also work 2 jobs, and I have chronic stuff. So I just do what I can. But this is the most consistently that I've streamed, and I'm trying to keep improving that over time. I've been 10 times as motivated with all the charity stuff, which is nice. So yeah, usually Fridays and Sundays, and occasionally I'll throw in like a Tuesday or a Saturday if I'm up for it.
The only issue I find with trying to do this is when we do it with crafting. You know, this is why Pix is so smart, because he'll have it where everybody's face cams are divided up on the screen evenly, and their craft cams, and there's like almost no unused space.
Yeah.
Like visually, it's really awesome. See, this is what I have right now.
I don't know how to engineer that very well.
I'm like, well, I mean, because it's a horizontal format. So how do you divide a horizontal screen to show 2 horizontal screens simultaneously without making everything tiny? You know what I mean? And so now what you're going to see on your screen under Video Ninja is my OBS. And so now my screen is you and me. Do you see what I'm saying?
I know what I can do. Studio mode.
You could crop. You could crop it.
This cam.
Shared chat on mod view is interesting.
Oh, this one.
Says Nomi. Hi, Chen. Thank you, everybody, for being here and for hanging out while we figured this out live, because that's how I do things. I can move stuff around too, so just let me know if you need me to.
This needs to be here. Yeah? Okay.
Yeah, I was just going to say one thing that could be done is if I...
Because you can crop that.
Yes.
Like, you can crop that whole screen now.
Hold on. What, the crop? Yeah, see, if we do it like that... Now, but then the thing is, okay, now if I do mine like that, hold on, then you might have to recrop everything. And then, oh wait, I have an idea too.
This is part of the creative process. It's fine.
Yes.
Everyone is
Indeed.
learning with us.
Oh, wait a second.
Mhm.
Uh-oh. Now I'm confused. I have too many scenes and I have nested scenes, so it gets complicated
I'm so
quickly.
sorry.
I'm like, uh-oh, no, it's fine. It's not it's not you, it's me.
No, but I sympathize.
Here, I'm gonna delete this, remove. Yes, I'm sure I want to remove that. And I'm gonna add back in a different scene because I can tell that this is not. What? Now where did the scene that I was just in go? There it is.
Oh my god.
It's okay. And then I can just do one of these guys right there because we don't need chat twice. We love you, chat, but we don't need you twice. There. That's good-ish. Yeah, this is the thing is they really need to help us out. Those of us that are crafting peeps. We need help with being able to collaborate without so much trouble. You know, because we have multiple camera sources. That's where it gets tricky really quick.
I mean, the alternative, if you just want to go with one camera right now, is I can put the big one on and then just do it in front of my chest.
No, that's okay. Because we're one thing that I think is helpful for people with this is that anyone at home, if you are looking to learn to knit, you don't need to have your materials and everything ready right this second. I'll save this as a VOD. And I know that there might be people in the audience who have never knitted that are interested in learning. So please, and I'm going to actually zoom in as closely as I can because that way you'll be able to see better what I'm doing. Does this work for you on your screen? Or do you need me to crop or move any of my sources?
Well, where am I pulling from?
From Video Ninja, you should be able to grab that copy solo view link underneath of mine and then just crop. Just crop everything out except for my camera.
You might have to send me the link because I don't have
Gotcha.
access
No worries.
to that
Copy
online.
solo view. 1 second. Let me send that to you in Discord right now. Paste. There you go. So the easiest thing to me is to just get used to circulars right away. So I'll talk about that while you're doing that. I know they might look like they're complicated. I assure you they're not. And one thing that's really great about circular needles, whether they're fixed or you may not want to invest in an interchangeable set right away before you figure out whether or not you even like knitting. They're much more compact. So for example, if I were to try to take straight knitting needles on the bus, sitting next to someone on the bus, or even here at my desk, straight knitting needles stick straight out from your project. And if they're shorter ones, it's not as big of a deal. But depending on what you're doing, if you need to be able to fit a lot of stitches on a needle, straight knitting needles get quite long. And, that's the knitting needles everybody thinks of when they think of knitting is, somebody sitting there with 2 sticks that have a little ball at the end. And those were what everyone used, right? Those were what everyone used for the longest time. And then some smart person figured out that you could attach a plastic cable between 2 needles of, all the different materials, wood, metal, etc. Some people like the metal needles better. Others like the bamboo or, other wood. Really, it's just a matter of personal preference. But I will say, for beginners, I do not necessarily recommend the metal needles because I also prefer metal. But when you're learning, the metal can be really slippery. And I think that when you're trying to get the hang of keeping your stitches on the needles, I think it's better to start with one. Yes, for learning, wood is best. But once you become confident and comfortable for speed and to be able to move your stitches easily from the cable to the needle, I think that metal works better for most folks. And even within metal, there are different types of metal. So there's ones that are really slick and really slippery. And then there's ones that have a brushed surface. So I have some double points that are brushed stainless steel. So they're still pretty, things still glide on them fairly well, but they have a bit more grip than, say, nickel plated, like the ones I have that are from Addy. So they come in all these different materials. Don't be intimidated. Just pick something inexpensive for your first go. Like these are super cheap. Like, how much did you pay for them? Like maybe $8.
Yeah, they were. I didn't even bat an eyelash at it.
Yep, carbon fiber is a good mix in between. Yes, and that's going to have more of like almost like a matte texture to the outside of it.
I will say though, these are so much tinier than I expected.
Are they an 8? Did you get a size 8? I think I told you to get an 8. Yes. You could have even gone up to a 9. Yeah, these are also an 8.
I guess I mean short.
Short.
Shorter.
Because I'll show you, once you get your stitches on there, they can go to this cable and they scrunch up quite a bit on this cable. Like this cable is here, I changed my mind. I'm gonna zoom out just a little bit. I need to scooch in too, but I'm a little too zoomed in. So this cable will hold a lot of stitches, actually. I don't know if I would say that you could fit more than how many do you think you could fit on here, Nomi? How many stitches do you think you could fit on here? At least 120, I think. I think you could fit 120 stitches on here comfortably. Worsted weight. I'm talking about worsted weight yarn. So then that's the other thing too, right? Like, thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, exactly. In what weight? DK weight for sure. Worsted 120 might be the max. Yeah, 120 to 150. You can fit a lot of stitches on a needle this size. Typically though, so this is, what is it? It's a, and I always forget, Nomi, are they measured from end to end, like from tip to tip, I think? This is a 16 inch circular, size 8, which is a 5 millimeter. Yeah, tip to tip. So these are 16 inches. I don't remember what that is in centimeters. So this is the standard size used to make a hat for most people.
Okay.
Now, if you do decide you're going to make a hat, there will be an additional thing that you will need. I mean, there are methods that you can use for decreasing all the way to the end of the crown without using double pointed needles. But double points are kind of a necessity if you want to make hats in the round. I have also used patterns where you knit flat and then sew the seam up to make a hat. It doesn't have quite the same look to it, but it still looks good. I've definitely done flat knitted hats that end up being sewn together. For beginners, just make a tube and cinch the top. Yep, exactly. You don't need to get into that yet.
What does a double pointed?
Literally, it is a needle that has points on either end, so it's a flat. It looks more like a regular.
Know what I was picturing
what? It has
like
two, like it's forked.
Like a snake's tongue. And I'm like, what? How does this work? I don't get it.
No,
that
so
makes a lot more sense.
DK 212, don't ask how I know. Nomi is an expert knitter, by the way. Shout out to our friend, the Naughty Gnome, who's also fundraising for Starlight with Team Stream Stars and is a very experienced knitter, crocheter, fiber artist of a ton of different types, including cross stitch now. And what else were you doing the other day? Diamond art. And very relaxing and friendly streams, and is just like an absolute gem of a human. So please make sure you're following Nomi.
Yeah, Nomi is one of my main inspirations for doing more crochet for charity, actually.
So these are really skinny, but here's a set of double points that are brushed stainless steel. These are ChiaoGoo, and they are really nice. I love these. I preferred to make socks entirely on double points. So these actually just have 2 pointy ends. So when you knit on this and you get to the end, then you're taking one out. You've knit everything off of the needle. So it enables you to work in a circle, or
Okay.
even to work back and forth on certain sections, like the heel of a sock.
Okay.
And these are super skinny because they're meant for like, using really fine yarn. So these are.
I love working with fine yarn. I haven't
Well-
picked this yarn up since I originally started.
Maybe
crocheting.
we need to get you knitting some socks here. Like Hobie has some really cool yarn. I actually got this from the Points store. The 50-gram balls might even be only available in the Hobie Points store. No, I'm not sponsored by Hobie. I don't have a business relationship with them. And I mean, unless you count being a very regular customer.
For as many orders as I have placed,
Mhm.
I've never looked at the fact that there is a point store.
You can get free yarn from the Points store. There's some yarn you can only get
I
from the
wanna-
Points
do I
store.
wanna know?
So I don't, maybe you don't. Do you have Hobie Plus?
How would I know?
Oh, you sign up for it. It's a
How would-
monthly charge, and then you get double points and you get
No, I
more
d- I
candy in
don't.
your
I
orders.
should. I
They're
really should at
terrible.
this point.
They are absolutely terrible. And here I am enabling even more people. Hobie Plus also entitles you to 3 free patterns per month. So if you sign up for Hobie Plus, you get 3 free patterns a month. I'm telling you, they need to hire me.
Yeah, no.
Come on, Hobie.
I've just been sitting on points. I didn't even know.
Why are you
Didn't even
bonking
know.
me? Why are you bonking, Ghost? There's nothing to bonk right now.
I have over
Ghost is just-
14,000
Welcome
points.
to the
Oh,
Fort Zone.
Mrs. Zania. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome to the Fort Zone. Welcome to the collaborative Fort Zone.
To the Fort Zone.
Yeah, I'm like, where's my button? Where's my fart zone button?
Where's my fart zone? Mirror's trying to fart zone the Raiders. Hi, everybody. Welcome in. I'm here with my amazing friend Mirror Mask. Mirror, you should fix your face cam so that it's the left half of your screen because you're so tiny over there. And we love you and you're beautiful. I feel self-conscious. I'm like, I should not be so large and in charge over here.
Nope, hang on.
I turned the command off
We're
to
gonna
fix
get
it and
there.
then I forgot to turn it back on, Miro. I am sorry
we go.
about that. Here. There it
Okay,
is. You
I'm
should be able to
fixing
use it now,
We're
Miro.
doing it.
I'm so sorry. Thank you. Stop it. Stop nerfing me. We have raiders. You stop showing them how to nerf people. You stop that. Right now. Layers are a thing. There we go. Mirror is an incredible. There we go. That's much better.
And
Much
I'm
better.
trying.
Much better. We want to see your beautiful face and your expressions. But I love you and you're funny. You got to go get the kids at school. No worries, Mrs. Xenia. Mrs. Xenia would normally be offered the opportunity to choose my pair I wear. If somebody from Mrs. Xenia's community would like to volunteer for that, I would love for you to do so. You can help me pick something you think she would like. No pressure, though. If not, I can always pick something. Or I would probably just pick what's festive. I don't have Christmas toppers because I like Christmas, but it's not my favorite holiday.
Reds or greens?
I was going to say red. The buffalo plaid, maybe. That's kind of Christmassy, right?
Plaid, definitely.
Mrs. Xenia is a cosplayer and a really awesome friend of the stream. And we've known Mrs. Xenia for a little while now. So please make sure that you follow Mrs. Xenia. I'm going to skip the stickies for now. Miro, we could do them later. Just because desk real estate while we're doing a lesson is
I also have
kind
to
of
catch up on my
precious.
stars later. I have more stars to make.
Use a purple yarn, partly because it is a nice contrast. Well, it's too dark though. I'll use a different.
I purposely did not choose a dark color.
Yeah. So Here, we're going to show you how to cast on. And we're going to start with a very small amount. Everyone, welcome. Thank you so much. This is a collaboration that we decided we were going to do for charity. And we are also both fundraising for Starlight Children's Foundation. And our next milestone is I have to eat this entire stick of Dr. Pepper flavored Jack Links that my husband brought me and was like, here you go. Here's something for your people to troll you with. I was like, you're too good at this. That's disgusting. That does not sound good to me. So it's okay, though. Maybe I'll end up liking it. You never know. Wouldn't that be funny? So an entire stick of Dr. Pepper flavored Jack Links if we hit $2,000. And I know that Mirror has stuff in her campaign, but also I just really want to point out Mirror's total goal represents having raised $10,000 on Tiltify Lifetime, which is amazing. Also, I just want to point out that Mirror, even when she's not running a charity campaign of her own, has very generously ended up donating finished artwork and things like that to a bunch of other people's campaigns for milestones, etc., for auctions or whatever. And also has, supported a lot of people by, donating to their campaigns. So this is a person who doesn't just talk the talk. She walks the walk, and she is a fantastic creator. And so please make sure that you're following her raiders. Please, 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 pretty please. It's the least we can do for each other, right? It's free 99. And then you hit the cap and you cry. And then you hit the cap again.
Hit the cap and you cry.
And then you cry again. And then you call and you cry because of all the people who you thought were cool that don't stream anymore, but you have to get rid of their follow because Twitch doesn't let you follow any more than 2,000 people. And then you cry some more when you hit the cap again. And you have to go through and find more people to unfollow. Please, Twitch. It's just so sad. I don't want to know that these people have given up on their dreams. I mean, it's okay. Things get in the way. IRL before URL, right? Some people try streaming and they just don't care for it. There's nothing wrong with that. There's a lot of streamers you follow and watch who are doing a Starlight charity stream all this month. Yes. Well, the event goes to the 12th. We are actively fundraising through the end of this week. So today, tomorrow, if I do a weekend stream, I'll still have incentives and stuff up, but I'm going to take everything out and leave the campaign up after this weekend. I have another campaign to prepare for later this month. Family stuff, kids. I got 3 kids, 1 in high school, 1 in middle school, and 1 in elementary. So need to do a nerd alert later. For what? Nerd alert? Oh, for Mirror. How did your gingerbread build go? We had fun yesterday with Brian.
Do you want to see it?
Yes. He says that he thinks that probably you or I don't remember who else it was are going to win.
No.
He said it would be between you and somebody else for the top bracket, and then he called it the losers bracket would be him and someone else. I was like, come on, Brian.
To be fair, I actually have not been able to catch anyone else's. I have no idea what's going on. I was happy enough that it stood. I'm happy enough that it stood up.
We had fun yesterday, mostly at Brian's expense. Poor baby.
Now the question
He's such a good sport, though. He really is.
I'm too afraid to lift it. Is the problem?
Oh my goodness, yours looks so good. What are you talking about? I can't even see the whole thing yet.
I'm getting there. Give me 2 seconds.
Yeah, please don't ruin it. Did you take? I mean, I'm sure you already took your pictures and everything, right? You get right out of here. You are so totally in the running to win this thing. Look at that, chat.
There is a chicken coop here.
You made a chicken coop. Oh my god! You told me that.
With graham cracker, and I need little chicken. I need a chicken and some chicks out of marzipan.
Burning Emerald, I love you so much. Thank you for your freaking 60-month resub.
Holy heck, in 60 months.
And I know you're not even that big of a fan of the squawkiness and the loud noises. So can I either owe you the chicken or can I just do like 60 little baby chicken squawks? Thank you so much. And thank you, Miro, for the gift for Emerald. Thank you.
Ooh,
That's a
the
lot.
back of this is done too.
Here, can I do 5 years? 5 little chicken squawks for you. Baby chick squawks sounds okay. All right. I know the really loud squeaky noises aren't your favorite necessarily, and that's okay. People can always tell me they'll pass on those. Ready? And a 1, and a 2, and a 3. 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 5 to 6, 7, 8, 9, 60. 60 months. That's 5 years. I adore you. And just thank you for everything that you do for us, Emerald. We love you so much. Wiggles happily. I am just very fortunate to have you in my life, period. Your gingerbread house looks really good. I'm just going to go ahead and say that. Okay.
Thank you.
Did
No
you
one
use
else knows
pretzels?
I was using
you
as
used
inspiration,
pretzels.
so.
You used pretzel sticks on it, didn't you? To make
Yes.
like the
Vlogs.
But that didn't come with the kit, did it?
No.
See?
No, so what did I use? I used pretzel sticks. I used jelly beans as cobblestone, which I actually know how to use better now that I've tested it out. I think my favorite part is I used dried rosemary to make wreaths and decorations.
Amazing.
But listen, they're like, it doesn't have to be a house, and then that just sets off the imagination, right? Well, how do I make this not a house? And then I'm like, okay, no, we're gonna reel it back in. It's gonna be a house, but at least we'll have fun with texture.
Right? Yeah. No, you did great. I think it's amazing.
I'm glad people had fun watching because I was internally screaming the entire time. Those kits, listen, I know they're just cheap kits that you can pick up to have some fun, but I did just a little bit more from it, okay?
Oh my
Those
goodness.
cookies.
Captions. Pixel Chat said cheap kids, not kits.
Yeah, so captions.
I know. I see it, Miro. We're going to have a 3-minute ad break on our side. When did you want to run ads? Should we do that now before we really get started? See, here we are almost an hour in and we haven't done a thing with our yarn yet. That's okay, though.
I feel like that's pretty typical in places that I hang out, so I feel normal, but...
That house is a proper crib. Where an MTV at, Kappa? Miro. Let's do a 3-minute ad break. Readers, thank you for coming along with Mrs. Zania. Thank you, Mira, for doing this with me. Let's do a quick 3-minute ad break, and we'll be right back after some ads. I know, we're I'm learning things today.
Same.
About streaming.
I mean, isn't that what today is supposed to be about? Is the learning of things that make me uncomfortable in front of the public crowd.
Oh, whatever. You know what I've learned about this is people don't care. We think they care and they don't. In fact, that's what appeals to people about streaming. Don't kill yourself over little things that didn't go right during your stream. People don't care. They don't care. They care about you. They love your personality. They want to hang out with you.
I like real people. I like real things that happen in real time.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And they understand and expect that they're going to be snags here and there. So, but it doesn't mean that you can't strive for it to be smoother, of course. All right. Quick 3-minute break with some videos from Starlight. Thank you so much, everybody. I appreciate all of you being here. Did I remember to put a button on my Stream Deck for this?
Oh, I have no buttons. It's fine.
Yep. Be right back.
Starlight's purpose is to deliver happiness to seriously ill children and their families. to give them moments of normalcy to escape whatever injury or illness they're battling.
Starlight has a lot of programs that help us build that bridge between kids really instantly.
When you're in the hospital, the days are long days, and the more we have to distract us and to entertain us, the quicker it is that we recover.
What I love about Starlight is the simplicity of the programs. You can literally see a child's face come to life when they put on one of our gowns, when they play with the Fun Centre, when they're immersed in our virtual experience world.
There's a direct correlation between happiness and outcomes after surgery. Patients that are engaged recover smoother and quicker and faster.
And it just takes the conversation away from the next scan or the next treatment or the next dressing change.
It's like a little escape for us as parents also.
And when I was playing with her, I felt very overjoyed because it was taking away my sister's pain.
One of the great strengths of Starlight is our network of hospitals and paediatric centres across the country. It's about 800 in our network that we work with.
20 years ago, we started partnering with Starlight Children's Foundation. They provide so many amazing programs to benefit seriously ill children and hospitalized children.
Everything around them as far as hospital equipment is totally unfamiliar, and so when they see something like a Nintendo roll into the room, they kind of say, oh, I didn't know that kind of stuff was allowed here.
When I'm having my treatments, they bring one of those in, and I'm just like, time to play.
It does help in the healing process because it makes him happy.
By us delivering happiness, we know that it shortens hospital stays, it improves health outcomes, and lowers the cost of care.
Starlight makes an enormous difference to patients and families.
It's all part of getting better.
And they're not just their injury, they're not just their illness, they're still a kid. And so this really allows them to still be a kid while they're in the hospital.
The more we partner with others like the Starlight Children's Foundation, the better we can do our job and the better we can take care of the kids every day.
We bring to kids that are seriously ill.
Oops, she did it again.
Banana, banana,
She
potato,
forgot
banana.
to unmute, got lost in the game.
I
Oh,
was
baby,
muted. I knew
baby.
something was wrong. Unmute and welcome back. I think now we're good.
I do. Oh. You know, I said I'm ready, and I'm like, oh, my ad break still has 30 seconds on it.
Oh, it's okay.
Darn ad breaks.
So it doesn't really matter what yarn you use to start, as long as you are using an appropriate yarn for the size of needle you're using. Some people prefer, some people will use a little bit, just like with crochet, some people need a little bit larger needle for a certain weight of yarn. You kind of have to experiment. But I think a size 8, which is a 5mm needle, or a 9, depends, right? Is a good place to start with worsted weight yarn. If anyone out there is thinking about learning to knit, I would definitely start with worsted weight, inexpensive, pick like an acrylic or something like that. Yeah, of course you can get fancy if you want to, but if you've never done any knitting or crochet and this is your first time ever buying any supplies, don't buy something that you're going to feel guilty and cry over. I mean, if there's somebody in your life you want to give yarn to, like Mirror Mask, please don't give it to me. I have so much.
No, I just use it as an excuse to be an enabler now. I'm like, listen, I've got yarn. You need yarn? You want to start? You want to learn? I got yarn. I'll send you yarn.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I need to just start destashing somehow or another. The way that I typically do this to start, and this goes for crochet as well, is, however you would make a slip knot. I do it like this. And you remember when we did the slip? Do you remember when we did the slip knot when I showed you how to do the, this is actually quite similar. Casting on and knitting has some things in common with that. Long tail foundation single crochet that I've showed on stream a bunch of times. So you want a nice length of a tail. This is the thing with casting on in this fashion, this method of casting on.
I need a longer tail on this end.
I only prefer inappropriate yarn. You just have to pay attention when you take it out in public. Fleva.
for this, how long is a long tail?
I would say, do like, what is this? This is probably about 6, 12, at least 18 inches, maybe 24 inches, just so you have enough. And make a slip knot so that you're just got your working yarn and your tail hanging off. And I feel like I typically have the working yarn held in my hand the same way you would for however you would crochet. And I just have mine over my fingers like this. I don't do any wrapping. I just weave the yarn. It goes up between my pinky and my ring finger, then down under my middle finger, and then over my index on my left hand. This is how I hold working yarn. Y'all, again, one of the things that you have to realize with fiber arts is even when someone's showing you who's an expert, what works for them might not work for you. And so you can experiment, right? So then once you've got this here, right? And I think you hold your yarn similarly to me. Not quite the same maybe, but similarly, right? And you do wrap around a finger. That's fine. Please do. Do however you do. And then you're going to take the tail here and you should be able to grasp that, right? No matter how you hold your working yarn, you should be able to grasp that with your pinky and your ring finger right here. Okay. So that you're making a V. If you can see what how I'm holding this, you're making a V right here. It's not terribly important whether or not your working yarn is on top and your tail is on the bottom. But I think I just tend to have the working yarn on the top because that's where I'm used to holding working yarn. You know what I mean? So then when you have this this V here, right? If you put your thumb underneath of it, it's gonna hold it in place even more so, right? Like this. And I'll wait until you've got it. You've managed to grab onto it. So this is your tail, and I have it just going right here, right alongside the working yarn. And then I'm just taking this finger and I'm holding it. So we have basically like this diamond that's happening right here. And I'm going to get a little closer to it so it's easier to see everything there. So you have like this diamond right here, right? Yep, you're good. And then you're going to wrap this around. So now you've made kind of like a loop, right? If you turn your hand this way, you'll have a little loop down here. There you go. Yep. And now you should be able to put your needle in here. This is basically wrapping around your thumb, but you're still holding working yarn, right? So you should be able to put your needle through here. Yep. Exactly. Now point it up. You got it. And then you're going to wrap this yarn up here, up top, around your needle, just around the tip. So here, I'll do it again real slowly, okay? Here's your yarn. You got it through here.
I hold mine a little differently. I'm trying to figure out.
Wherever the working yarn is, right? Wherever the end is that you would grab to crochet, you're going to pull that through there. See? So again, this is just making loops within loops, just like crochet, except for, there's no hook. So then when you pull this through here, and I'll do it again, and I'll do it real slowly. Now you've got a loop that's like secured on there by another loop on the needle. So again, if I turn my hand this way and I put the needle underneath and I grab through here, so I've got a loop on there, and then I'm just bringing another loop from the working yarn through that first loop, and then I can let go of the first loop I made.
So
like that
top loop, you come from the top.
Yeah. I go like this and I'm pulling it through. I'm taking my needle and I'm basically using my hand to wrap it around the tip.
Okay.
This is called long tail cast on, and I feel like this is the most popular method for casting on. And it is a little bit on the more complex side, but I think you can handle it because you've done crochet and we've showed you how to do the other.
But then I let go of my thumb again?
I'll do it real slowly again from the beginning. So you can ignore these, right? It's the same steps over and over and over again until you get the number of stitches you want. Hi, Sea Wolf Pack. You never turn down yarn. Everyone send all your yarn to Flava. So you turn your hand over so you've got your loop to stick the needle through. And while it's in there, you're grabbing the yarn up top, and you're pulling it through so that you now have a loop around a loop. Through the bottom, wrap around the tip of the needle, draw that through what's on your thumb, let go of the loop on your thumb, and then not too tight down here. When you go to cinch this, to tighten it at the bottom of the needle, just like when you're starting to crochet, everyone thinks they're going to crochet too loosely, and most people are holding everything real tight because they're afraid to like let go and lose something or whatever. And I think that usually the problem is people cast on too tight when they're learning to do this. So loop, needle through, grab your working yarn, pull through the loop on your thumb. How you doing?
I have things on my needle.
Yeah. Do you have live stitches? That's another knitting term. So once you get comfortable with it, you're just doing this. You're just going like this, and you're just making a knot around the bottom of a loop that's on your needle. That's all it is. You're making a knot at the bottom that holds each of these loops in place on your needle. You can catch a Pokemon in Mira's chat.
You can catch Pokemon in my chat, yes.
I gave up on Pokemon community game. This is a different game, though. You have a different game. Yeah, I have problems with how they approach that whole thing, and it's a very popular game with a lot of people, but I gave up. Okay, so I'm gonna watch you do it and see what's going on over there. Now let go of the loop on your thumb, because what you're doing, I see what you're doing. So here, let's start over. Start over. Take everything off. Unravel it. You need to let go.
What do you do with the one that just dances in the background?
Well, I'm going to show you because I see what you were doing. I'm going to show you what you were doing. Okay, so you were doing this. And what you would have ended up with is one really long, huge, long stitch, eventually. You were holding on to this, and you were going back up and going for another loop. And going back up and going for another loop, right? Like that. So now you've just got a long twist of this yarn around your needle. What you need to do is go through here, right? And you grab one loop, and you let go. And just pull that like that. Does that make sense?
You do let go of your thumb.
You do let go of the loop on your thumb after you have pulled the loop through onto the second loop from your working yarn onto the needle. And then gently, don't pull tight. Just to where it will close that loop that's at the bottom. Around the loop on the needle, because if you do it too tight, if you pull this right here, if you want to look at what I'm, if you pull that and you pull it like super tight, you're going to have stitches that are hard to insert your needle into on the next round. So make sure you're keeping it somewhat loose.
I would never do that.
And so I'm going to watch you.
Would never make it
from the beginning of that, because you were doing it correctly. You just weren't letting go of this right here. So you would have ended up with one really long twist. And when you went to work a stitch through it, you wouldn't have a bunch of separate loops. You would have one really long loop. And there's actually probably times when that's something that's called for in a pattern, but that's like not typical at all. To wrap twice, or what it is you'll do a yarn over, and that'll create open work. And just so you know, we can't see your face.
Yeah,
it's okay.
It's
okay.
Because I'm leaning in really far.
I was just gonna say, if you move, yep, exactly. That should do it. Perfect. So again, here I'm gonna show you real slowly. Okay, will you watch, and then I'll watch you.
Because it's the pulling after I let go. Because it doesn't. I don't.
You don't need to worry.
Always...
This is the thing. You don't need to worry. It's not gonna fall off. I promise. Look. So especially if you have it back here, right? If you look at, if you have it back
Yeah.
here, and you have plenty of room to work with up here at the top, you can have it all the way back here. You go under the loop here, right? The one that's around your thumb. And then when you grab this and you've pulled it through, when you get to this point, you're not going to lose that. I promise you. So you go here and then this comes through.
So you
Once you've
do
got
pull
this
from the
on
bottom.
there, pull from the bottom.
Okay.
Pull from the bottom when?
When you let go of your thumb
Uh-huh.
to pull to make the loop,
Yep.
you
Yes.
pull down.
Yes.
Okay.
You pull this through here, right? Once this is where you've got your just got the loop onto the needle, right? The second loop.
Yeah.
You let go, and then I take my thumb and I just go like that. And then you can make this fluid motion, right? Once you've got this down.
I got it.
You don't
Right, I
have
got
to
it.
do it that way, but that's what makes it easiest for being able to do this rapidly. Is like it looks like one solid motion, one fluid motion, right? But it's actually several motions connected.
Yeah.
How's it going? Tell me how I should pronounce your name or what you prefer to be called as a nickname, if you wouldn't mind. It's tough. I see folks from your channel, Na CT Tam, Na.
I am a terrible person. I kind of got to know them as Corn Guy, and I only ever say hi. Corn Guy. And I'm like, that's all that's in my head. And I hope it's
Chan,
never.
it's backwards. It's Matt Chan backwards.
I'm like, but I know. Yeah, it's been an
Okay.
interesting introduction.
Knock Tom. Whoa, doxed, JK. So again, real slowly for anyone following along at home and from you've got your diamond here, and when you turn, that helps you to form this loop right here. So around your thumb, you're pulling another loop through that. And once you've got this here, once you've got your second loop on the needle, you can let go of your thumb, and then I just take my thumb and I cinch that second, or it's actually their first loop. I cinch that first loop around the bottom of the second one that's on my needle. And it's nice to meet all of you. We're using shared chat for the first time. So hi, Fuzzy Demon Bunny.
I think I've got it now. And I actually have like on the bottom of it what look like.
Can you hold it a little closer
crochets.
to the camera for me? You're good. Yep. When you turn it over, you'll have little bumps on the back. That's because what you're doing right now is, it's the cast on edge. So now this is the part that's tricky, is like, how many stitches do you need for your project, right? Like, let's say we were making a scarf.
Yes.
Well, that depends on what type of stitch you're going to use. If you're going to make a ribbed scarf, you're going to need more stitches, because even though this looks like it's going to be this length, right? When you start knitting back and forth, it won't, because ribbed fabric, it contracts so that it can be stretchy, right? So
Right.
if we're just learning garter stitch, which is knitting back and forth, and there's a couple different basic fabrics. There's garter stitch and stockinette. Garter stitch is knit back and forth, and it looks bumpy. If you've ever gotten a knitted washcloth from someone, chances are a real simple one. No power at work, so impromptu day off. Yay or nay? Miro's like, is that good or bad? I mean, it's good and bad, depending on whether you work for hourly pay. Is good, yeah. So when we go to turn, this is also kind of a tricky part, right? So what you want to do is especially because you're beginning and you don't want your stitches to fall off. When you turn, you're gonna turn, and now this is gonna be the needle that you work off of with this one, right? So I think the part that intimidates people the most, I don't want you to worry about this happening. Okay? Please don't let that intimidate you. We're not making a project right now. We're just trying to teach you how to turn and make your first knitted row.
Should I make some more stitches before I do this?
Make probably like 5 or 10 more. Let's actually give you something to work with.
While I do that,
Uh-huh.
why don't you give your spiel Because I don't think you've given your spiel.
I don't know if I have.
Like, you
Absolutely.
you could play the raid video.
No. Is Blapple in your chat or something?
No, I wish. No, I would definitely insist.
So,
give your spiel.
Yeah. So, hi, I'm 9.5. I am called 9.5 because I'm missing half a finger on my right hand. Very clever nickname given to me by a restaurant coworker because, we have very morbid senses of humor. You kind of have to work in the service industry, particularly this time of year. Shout out to my hospitality homies. Hang in there. You can do this. You're in the thick of it. It means a lot of money, but this is a real tough time of year for a lot of people because we have to work and everyone else is celebrating. But I don't wait tables anymore. I did, however, for 25 years until I found streaming. And it overlapped for a bit. I waited tables mostly in the Portland, Oregon area. I had a level 1 Courtmaster Sommelier certificate. I managed to avoid management. I managed not to ever manage a restaurant. I had one supervisory role and the restaurant closed like a week after they gave me the job. I was like, this is a sign that I should never do this again and be a manager. It wasn't what I had envisioned myself doing. I went to school for theater. I also did music in school and I've been a fiber artist since I was, 7 years old. I've been crocheting. So when I found Twitch, I was really excited because it felt like a way that I could maybe, at least just as a hobby, do some entertaining again. My husband downloaded Fortnite for the PS4. I was like, no, I don't think you should do that. And then I saw that you could do silly dances and put on costumes. And as a theater kid, that was just way too appealing. And I fell in love with the game, which I had been a video game kid. But when I started doing music and theater, I didn't have time. So then I found out there were entertainers who played video games. And I was like, this is full circle. I can do two things that I love simultaneously. But what I didn't know was that Twitch had such a vibrant and diverse crafting and creative community of people doing, art and music and fiber arts and pottery and, pyrography and metalworking. And I mean, you name it. And even just, fun, relaxing stuff, right? Like perler and diamond art, that is absolutely creative. And it's been a real journey. It took 4.5 years for us to get partnered. But that's because I chose to do stuff that I love on stream and not trend chase. And I really do feel like I did it the way that I wanted to. And that's the beauty of streaming. And I've met some really, really cool people along the way, like Mirror, who I'm very proud to call a teammate on a couple of different teams, actually, and to do charity stuff with. And it's been fun being able to inspire people to start doing fiber arts and give them live lessons like this, where I help somebody wlearn a new skill. In my Patreon, I have a tier, which actually Mirror belongs to, where you can get a 1 hour long crochet or knitting lesson a month, along with a bunch of other great perks.
And that saved me some pain.
Well, I'm so glad that it's been of value to you because we worry when you do things like this. Who am I? All the you've never seen this cast on method.
Me
really?
Doubting myself over a specific pattern and then knowing I'm not crazy.
You're not. And at the same time, sometimes it's just that, again, just like anything else, pattern writing can have some variation. And so once you have more experience, you come to understand the basic principles behind what you're doing. All of a sudden you go, oh, I understand what they're trying to have me do. This isn't how I'm used to reading this instruction, but this is what they mean, right? That's fluency basically, because just like any other language, pattern writing basically has its own code or language. And sometimes people will use a little slightly different term and, you figure it out. Just like when people misspell something or they phrase something differently than you're used to in a language, you get it eventually. So, but yeah, I've been real happy to be able to do this, and I'm a full-time content creator. Right now, the Patreon actually has a 25% off your first month of paid pledge at any tier. There's a sale through the 9th. So if all you want to do is help support what I do, then you can do that. But the lessons are available, and you would get your first month to try it out and see if you like it at 25% off. So I think that tier is $30. 30 times 0.25. What is that? $7.50. You get a $7.50 discount for your first month. Means it's $22.50 instead of $30 to sign up at that tier and try it out for a month. And of course, if it didn't benefit you, I would totally understand. But I've had a lot of fun doing these things, and the charity stuff is really what's kept me going doing it, honestly. And the friendships I've made, of course, the community. But having a project to work on that is about the greater good, like what Starlight does, is what has kept me going all these years. Longest intro ever. You've never seen this cast on method before. It looks interesting. Oh yeah, we're very close to $130,000 raised lifetime on Tiltify. I can't wait for you to hit your 10K. You're so awesome. I'm so happy you started doing charity.
It's been an adventure for sure. I never pictured myself even attempting.
Well,
I've been surprisingly happy though with how far I've gone outside my comfort zone for it.
Right. It gives you an excuse to do and to try things that you might not otherwise just do of your own volition. You say, hey, let's do a challenge. If we hit this much raised, I'll try a craft I've never tried. I'll try a game I've never tried. I'll do a collab I probably would have done anyways, but but we'll do it in honor of having hit a milestone. And because a lot of times for me, I'm so busy that collabs sound great, but I'm much more likely to actually follow through on them if they're like a reward for a milestone for something, So
this is extra special for me because you're my OG charity inspiration. I wouldn't have started this without you, so.
You are not allowed to make me cry during this collab. You are not allowed to do that.
And I still repeat the same thing that I've heard you say on stream to other people who are unsure of it or having a hard time, because it really has stuck with me. Because you make a point of saying that you are a beacon of opportunity and you're creating opportunity that wasn't there before. And to focus on it as creating opportunity that wouldn't exist without you is such an important, fundamental contribution, regardless of what the campaign turns out to be. If you create a new opportunity that wasn't there before, anything can happen with that opportunity.
There were days I didn't feel like showing up to stream during my very first charity campaign, didn't feel like showing up, that I felt a lot of doubt and was very concerned that I wasn't going to even get close to hitting my goal. And I would go, what's the point? Nobody's, I have these same thoughts everyone else has. Maybe there's some unicorns out there that don't have these thoughts. Is that what that word means? Unicorn? That's supposed to be you're very rare. You're very special.
Yes, very rare.
Yeah, maybe there's some people out there that don't have these thoughts, and good for them, because they must not be human. I don't know. It's not having those thoughts or feelings that is, it's how you process them and try to move past them, because those doubts, the self-doubt, the worry is going to happen. So do you decide I'm going to, and I don't mean I'm tired, I need rest, I'm too busy, I'm stressed, I'm frazzled, I'm having a bad mental health day and still streaming, pressuring yourself to stream when you're feeling really awful. It's okay to take time off when you need to.
Yeah,
I'm talking about
Tuesday when I needed to.
Right. I'm talking about I want to stream, but I'm nervous that it's not going to work out the way I want it to. And even that is an okay reason to take a night off if you really need to. But I can tell you from experience, there are days when I was like, I don't know.
Yeah.
And that would be the day somebody random would come through
and
help me hit a milestone I wasn't sure we were going to get to.
That means so much. You can't predict it. You have no idea how our campaign is going to go. It's totally unpredictable. But if you don't create the opportunity in the first place, there's no space for something to happen.
my dog needs out. And then I'm going to tell a story about a day when I got one of our biggest charity donations in a single amount when I didn't even have a goal bar on my screen. 1 second, right back. Entertain them, mirror.
I'm not. Oh my god. Hi. I am not a 9.5 level entertainer. But hi, welcome. Thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us on this joint stream for Starlight. It means a lot. It means a lot that you're here. I really appreciate it. I am totally, again, I always go outside my comfort zone anytime for these charities because they mean a lot to me, but also because I think growth is important and growth is uncomfortable. So hello, welcome to being uncomfortable with me. Thank you. I think that I've got a decent number of these on now, I think. They're definitely not all the same quality, but there's a row of them. So we're like, what, is this half the battle? I think it's half the battle now. This is when I'm like, why are there two? This is when part 2 comes in, right? Very afraid of part 2. We'll see what happens. Do you need to pull some clips? Do you really need to pull some clips? Do you? Do you need that? Do you really need that? Welcome to being uncomfortable with me. I mean, I suppose that is actually the entire point of my channel is self-improvement and growth and working through all of the uncomfortableness until it's comfortable. So, you hate knitting? I'm not crying or cursing yet, so this is a good sign. I don't think that we've gotten to the I think that the next part, I think is going to be the most challenging for me is working with 2 needles. It'll even out. Okay. Oh, true. And I thought that I was going to hate blocking. I love blocking. I think it's so soothing and satisfying. I will see how I feel about it. I think I dislike the yarn more than the technique right now. This is the yarn that I first started with, which is acrylic worsted, and I have primarily moved into ultra fine cotton yarn for most of my projects. This is one of the Hobbii. This is one of the Hobbii acrylic worsted weight yarns. Oh, Miro found a nugget there. Thank you, Miro. Thank you for entertaining everyone. The roller coaster ride without handlebars or seatbelts. Oh, no. Even with, handlebars and seatbelts, I'm small enough that with them, I would still go flying, trust me. Okay, a merino and nylon blend. I think I've only used either mostly acrylic or 100% cotton. I really haven't ventured. Actually, what is that other yarn that I got? There's another yarn that I like that I got from Hobbii that might be a mix like that. I'm not sure. Oh, hi.
Peaches.
I see. Yeah, Mira went and picked a good one.
That is a good one.
That was probably my first big stretch in charity. That was a lot of work. That was a lot of work in the spring.
Yes. So just the quick story, real quick.
Mm-hmm.
One day, I think I was playing Fortnite, and I didn't have any of my goal bars on the screen or anything, but I did have alerts set up. So you can do a Tiltify overlay that does not have a goal bar, and you can have just the alert play if someone does donate. And I do that when we're not in active fundraising periods because I almost always have some kind of charity campaign open to receive donations if somebody's feeling like they want to do that. And usually It's captions. Are you okay? Oh, they're just behind a little. It's okay. Usually it is I have Big Table running in the background all the time, and then I might have a Starlight campaign, might have a St. Jude. Sometimes they are campaigns that were from an event, and sometimes they're not. I think it was St. Jude Creative in the background, right? I didn't have it on the screen. I don't think I had timers in the chat, nothing. Out of nowhere, someone comes in and just randomly drops a $500 dono on our St. Jude Creative campaign. I'm like, and I mistook it for, I was like, oh my gosh, is that a donation match challenge?
Right.
And it wasn't. It was just a straight
what's happening.
$500 donation. I was like, well, who would do that without, but I wasn't implying that it should be. I was just saying, oh my gosh, is that a donation match challenge? And it turned out it wasn't. And then they turned around and then they did another $500 donation match challenge. So I don't know if we completed it that day or not, but once it was completed, and it did get completed, that was $1,500 for St. Jude. And I wasn't even, I don't think it was in my title. It was just one of those things where this person, what they did was they went to the Tiltify website and they just looked for anyone who was streaming for a cause that they wanted to donate to. That's what you're talking about. The opportunity was there. It was not that I was doing anything over the top or that I deserve it any more than anyone else or anything like that at all. It was just that I left the door open for someone to do it. I said, if you'd like to, this is here. It's a place that you could do that if you want.
And there are people out there who are just all about charity. Like they've reached a point in their lives where this is what they do. And they look for opportunities. And if you created, anything can happen in those moments. And that's why I try to make it so that I never have a set expectation for any campaign that I do. Because it can fluctuate. Like people give when they can, or you get these crazy random one-offs who stumble upon your cause. So I'm like, focus on the opportunity, though, that anything can happen, but being okay that anything or nothing can happen.
And
if
also recognizing
nothing happens,
that person, if they did a donation match, is also leaving open an opportunity for other people to feel like, oh, this is how my impact actually is used. Like this person says, I'll do $250 if everybody else can chip in $250 and it becomes $500 for the organization. They're capable of doing the $250. Maybe you're not, but you can join them with your $5 and it ends up becoming $10. So it is a lovely thing for people to do. Clearly there's no pressure ever, and you should feel appreciated, and we need to make sure we celebrate each and every donation no matter the amount. But it is nice and it is really awesome. And we do get super hyped when people do the match because it inspires people who might have otherwise felt like their amount wasn't enough, which is never true, by the way. But it does, it has a nice, we're a team, we're contributing together. It's working together towards something that is, for the greater good. And in particular with this organization, I know many people have shared their stories of either being in the hospital as a child or having a family member who was, or even as an adult, if you've been in the hospital, you understand, it is an unpleasant experience in a lot of ways, right? Even if you're being cared for, extra well by the staff and everything, right? Even if they're doing everything right and your treatment is going well, if you're there for a while, it's boring, it's stressful, it's hard on your family, it's hard on you.
You're vulnerable.
You're dependent on other people, and it doesn't feel good. I was ready to get out of that hospital after my C-section with Ramona, like way before they let me go home. And that was only 5 days because I wanted to get back to my other kids and go sleep in my own bed and all that stuff. So again, the wagons, that's why the wagons are so awesome. And all these are little things that don't seem like they would be that big of a deal, but they really, really are. So thank you, chat, for hanging out with us today while we're fundraising for Starlight. And if any of you ever have any questions about doing charity, please reach out to me. And Mirror, you've been at it for a little while too. So, you know, make use of the folks that have had more experience if you're feeling unsure. All your medical stuff and multiple surgeries this year, you're all, thanks, I hate it. But yeah, it's necessary. But like, yeah, it just stinks to have to deal with it, especially like, you know, folks that end up in extended stays. And I almost wonder about like, you know, I've wanted to try and get like maybe Woobles or somebody involved with them. Like lots of people end up taking up fiber arts.
Yeah.
Lots of people end up taking up fiber arts while they're stuck in a bed in a hospital or so practice their fiber art while they're, you know, I know Flava,
with all of my chronic stuff, because I have fibromyalgia, I have chronic migraines. Most of what I want to do, I can't do on a bad day. You want to know what I can do in bed? I can still crochet.
Yep.
So crochet for me, after I started, one of the reasons I'm obsessed with it is because I can take up a project that is loose tension and I can sit in bed, and if it's repetitive enough, it's like I don't have to have brain power. I don't have to worry about how much strength I have, but I can still create something. And
and if it's a simple project too, then that's easy. Yeah, I hear you. And also if you make things, donating them to charity is huge. If you make hats, if you make any kind of clothing or blankets, there's all kinds of programs. There's also that Loose Ends that I thought it would be fun to do a fundraiser for. Loose
is that
Ends.
The one where they complete projects? I love that.
And people can become finishers. Art and Jest and the Jesters, that was one of their charity targets during Crayon Fund. A Crayon Fund recipient was Loose Ends, and Brenda even did an interview with someone from Loose Ends. So if any of you are looking for a fiber arts related charity to work with, so Loose Ends does finishing of objects that people couldn't finish either due to having passed or, you know, maybe like really extreme illness and et cetera. So, you know, you've spent the day in hospital a couple of times. If you've never had to stay overnight, and weirdly, you feel like you're missing out on an experience that every other member of your family has experienced, all those within 2 steps of you, including hubby's side. I mean, again, I had really great care for my births. You know, even though the last one went completely haywire. In fact, especially with that one that did not go as planned in any way. They almost never go totally as planned, but Ramona was what's called occipital posterior, and she wasn't going to turn, like maybe ever. So thankfully, C-section saved both of our lives. It's a fact, you know. It's not ideal, and women should be encouraged to try, you know, if they don't want that. But it should be a choice as long as there's not an emergency. And my doctor and my midwife and the OB, they let me come to the conclusion that it needed to happen. It would have probably ended up that way at some point, and then it would have been emergency, and then I would have been knocked out completely, and I would not have held my baby daughter immediately after her birth. So I said, okay, this is where this is headed. But I was very fortunate to have very good care all 3 times at the same hospital. So not everybody has that experience with hospital stays. But yeah, it depends on the hospital you're in, frankly. And the nurses, even from one night to the next, you have a different nurse.
Yeah.
The nurses make or break your experience in a hospital.
Yes,
so
100%. Yes.
The doctors are really important too, of course, but you interact with nurses way more. And bless all of them that do their job well and that treat their patients with care. Not all nurses are good at their job, unfortunately, just like any other profession. But, you know, for the most part, I've overwhelmingly had good experiences with people, staff in hospitals, and they work hard, and it's not an easy job. And the nurses are often underappreciated, and they receive the most abuse from patients. So, you know, it's a two-way street. You can agree with that. You've had good care and then bad care from one night to the next. Yep. I had one nurse come in when we were leaving with Finnegan, whose birth was a breeze. I mean, literally the easiest of my births by far. And he was my biggest baby. Weird. Whatever. And man, they have a personality right away from birth. I can tell you that. Finn's also been like kind of just our easiest kid in a lot of ways. There's some things that are tough with him sometimes. He's too smart for his own good. But he was out and everything was great and I was doing well and I wasn't a first-time mom. So my midwife said, "Do you want to go home?" And we were like, "Heck yeah, we do. We have another kid at home." And this nurse comes in and she's like, "Well, I hear you gave birth like 15 minutes ago and you're going home." Thanks for your input. The medical professional I've been seeing for my whole prenatal care and who attended my birth and who's delivered thousands of babies says I'm good to go. But thanks for your input and your negativity, weirdo. That's such a weird thing to say to someone who just gave birth when their doctor and everyone else around them is telling them. You know what I mean? It just felt really inappropriate. I almost said something to somebody, but I was like, nah, we're out of here. I got to go. I got bigger fish to fry. You try and make gloves and ear warmers for charity every year. Yes. Here. Okay. So shut up, 9. You have your stitches. It doesn't matter how many. We're just going to practice garter stitch. Okay. So what you want to do is, without pushing them too far up here and getting them too cramped, you want to have one stitch right towards the front here, not quite to the end, right? And what you need to do is to be able to push this needle underneath through what's the front leg. So we'll say loops with crochet, right?
I gotta even know how to hold this.
That's okay. Anatomy of a stitch here, right? So you've got your yarn held in your hand, your working yarn held in your hand, however you prefer to hold it. Honestly, it really doesn't matter. You want to make sure you're using your working yarn though. To double check to make sure that the yarn that you're holding in your left hand, because you're also right hand dominant, right?
Yep.
Is the working yarn and not the tail, or else you're just going to run out as soon as your tail runs out.
Been there, done that.
So you're holding this needle like this. This is how I hold it, is like this, and I make sure that I'm kind of keeping the rest of the stitches that I don't want to work with. I'll hold my thumb on top of all but the stitch that I'm working from.
Okay. Gotcha.
See what I'm doing here? So you've got your stitches, you're holding it like this, and that anchors these so you're not worried that everything's going to come sliding off. And then you're just going to take this, and through the bottom right here, it can be a little tight, and if it's too tight, we might have to start over, and that's okay. It's practice for casting on. But if you can get this through here without too much trouble, then you should be good. Can you slide your needle from the front to the back through the front leg? You started knitting with the tail for the first time in your last project. Yep. And so if you can get your needle in there, then put the needle comfortably through till it's about maybe, an inch or more of the tip of the right hand needle is poking out underneath. And if you're holding this here, you don't have to death grip it. But if you're holding this here, your stitch is not going to slip off, right? And then you're going to wrap the yarn, the working yarn, around the tip of your needle. You're going to wrap around like that. This is called continental style. I knit continental style, and I think it's easier for crocheters to understand. So once you've got that around there, then you're slowly going to move this needle down. See how when I move the needle down, that yarn is threatening to come off the end of the tip. But if you just keep going until you can slide that tip out from underneath and pull it off, just like you were, it's similar if you think about it to what you were doing when you cast on. So I'll do it again real slowly, and I'm going to zoom in as far as I possibly can, okay? And I'm going to hold it as close as I can with comfortably. And look, here, I'll show you if you want to look. So right here, you go underneath of that front leg, okay? So you've got the tip of the needle through there, and then you push this through. So now you've got both needles through that loop. If I turn it around like this, you can see how you have both needles through that loop that's on the left needle. Your right needle is where you wrap the yarn around. And then as you slide this down, you're pulling it through. And it's kind of tricky, right? It's going to take some time before you get comfortable being able to pull that through there. But you can stretch this out. Like, look, I want to show you something else. Look. Don't be afraid, especially while you're learning this. See, look, I just did it. I just had one slide off onto the left needle on accident. You can kind of stretch this out a little bit if you need more room. Don't be afraid to stretch this out a little bit. Okay, and then when you wrap this around, you should have enough room to be able to pull it through See, there's my new stitch is here. And then just like when you let go with your thumb when you were casting off, you let go of this, and now this loop is
so then it
holding the
comes
other
off.
loop on the needle. Yes, so you need to take that off.
All right. So one question:
mhm.
when you're first starting, is this on its own until you put one on it, or
Yep.
do you have something working with it? Because you're holding something with your, or is it just because I haven't moved the first one over yet?
You have nothing on that needle until you've worked that first stitch from the left needle. You have nothing on the right needle. And then, so if I keep going here and I just keep knitting all these stitches off and it doesn't matter. This is I'll still be able to show you exactly what you need to do because we're just doing garter stitch, which is knit back and forth when you're knitting flat. If you knit in the round, just like with amigurumi, just like with crochet, if you knit in the round, then everything is right side. And then you have a right and a wrong side. And there's no like...
So I stick it through.
Unless I've seen people crochet backwards.
When you are wrapping it...
flat and end up with a flat piece that looks like amigurumi, which is mind-blowing. Thanks, Ad. Now I want an iced coffee. Oh, no.
When you are wrapping it, is your hook going on the bottom? Is your needle going on the bottom, or is it coming from the top?
Okay. I've managed to get to the other end of this. So look, so now that I did a row and we can go back and forth and up and down and I can start over and everything. So I just did this so I could get back to this point. So after you do any row, whether it's your cast on, whether it's a knit row or whatever, now all the needles have been moved to this side. This was our left needle.
Mhm.
And that's what's cool about the double points is now you just flip and what was on it, this is everything from here came to over here.
Right.
And so when you flip, now you're just doing it again. So you get your stitches ready and here have your working yarn in your hand. And I always, hold that there so that the stitches don't go sliding off. And you put the needle in front to back through the front leg, which is this right here, front to back. And then you get enough of the needle out there that you can wrap around. You pull it through
Okay, so
like this. And then you're able to just slide that, the stitch from the previous row off. And you've got a new stitch. Push the needle through right here. Again, you're coming from the front to the back and going under this front leg. And sometimes you're going to have stitches that go through the back leg.
Oh, okay.
And now, see, I'm seeing some sort of mistake I made on the previous row. I hadn't slipped off I had gone through both of them or something. And it's okay if you make mistakes because we're just practicing. So you go front to back, wrap around the tip, draw that new loop that's around the tip of your needle through the one that's on your left needle. And now on your right needle, you have a new stitch. And this is continental style, and it's how I do it. Again, you might watch a tutorial and somebody might do things differently. So you go in, wrap around. Let me see what you've got there.
I've got nothing because I'm still
That's okay.
feeling through it. So when I wrap around and I bring it through, right?
Uh-huh.
There is a point where I can either... I'm trying to figure out how to verbalize this.
That's okay. Can you zoom closer with your camera? Does it zoom?
Not for the quality. No, I can't.
That's
Not
okay.
More than this.
I'm just making sure. I might, here, I know what I can do. Don't worry. You do your thing. I'm looking at your stream right now. And I can
So
full
I
screen
put
it.
it
I'm
through,
full
right?
screening you. Yeah, now I can see perfectly. Don't worry. Yep.
So if I
Okay.
put it
So now
through-
wrap around your working yarn is sticking
Now,
out the back,
this is-
right? See here where the working yarn is sticking out the back. Yep. And then take that loop. Yep, you got it. And just
Now this is
draw
where I'm
it
like,
through.
So there's two here. There's the one that I have, and then there's one behind it. So do I just pull the one I have, or do I pull the other one that's behind it too?
Nope, you just pull that off. Look, watch. Like this, right? Pull that through there and then just yoink the whole thing off of there. Wrap around. Now draw that. Draw what's on.
Maddening.
That's okay. Look. You're good. You've got everything except that last part, right? Look, watch. Real quickly. Yep, there you go. Pull it off.
That's what that looks
Pull the whole
like.
thing off. There you go. You did it. Let me see. Can you turn it to the side? Can you show me like this? Oh, I guess I meant like that. Yeah, you're good. It looks awful because it's the first stitch.
Okay.
Trust me. Now do it again.
If you say so.
And if there's a problem, we'll figure it out. Don't worry. I think you've done it successfully. You just need to go into the next one exactly the same way. Yep. And then wrap it around, right? And then just pull that, what's on the tip of your needle, pull that through. And here, I think one thing that would help you is, look, if you watch what I'm doing, if you wrap around and then basically try to pull this through like this, instead of, I think I see what's going on is that you're trying to like just vary at the tip right here like this. And so it's real easy for it to come. Oh, I'm sorry. Real easy for it to come off like that. See right here? So you need to get your needle out further and keep this back here. So then when you go to draw it through, you have plenty of room. And you want the right needle to, once you've gotten it through, to always be behind the left needle. There you go. Push further. And wrap around from the front to the back. There you go. Nope, front to back. There you go. Now, draw the needle backwards a little bit just until you can get that stitch on through the other loop. Oh, Sonny. Oh, that's so funny. The alerts are twice because I used a scene. Sonny, thank you so much for the $5. What color would you like? What color would you like for a star on my face?
Very nice.
So take your time, go slowly, and don't think too hard about whether, yep, see, and don't worry about that. Just put it right back on there. Yep, just put it right back through there. See, there you go.
Did you just say, don't think too hard? Do you know me?
I can pick. Oh, thank you, Sonny. That's very nice. Do you know Sonny Mirror?
Possibly have seen. I overlap so many communities now that I really.
Wait a second.
Well, what?
Why is the Peaches alert playing? Oh no, I did something wrong and mixed it up. Enjoy! I owed one from yesterday anyways. Oh my goodness. It's on your screen too a little bit there. I'm watching.
I'm not against Peaches. Free PTSD.
Oh no.
Yes, I also share the PTSD.
It's happening twice on my screen because I just realized I have a scene pulled over that has alerts on that scene. So they're on the screen twice. All right. I'll make you mine. What did I do here? Oh, I must have done less than or equal to instead of greater than or equal to. I feel like they're Yes, thank you so much, Toad. That was lovely. Ladies and gentlemen, Toad. Peaches. Donation amount is less than or equal to? Okay. Did I have it at less than or equal to? I think I did. Okay. Now it's at greater than or equal to. I think. You want to test it? $1 is the minimum Telltify donation. I'm not saying you have to, but if you really are out there thinking it's for science, even $1 donation would help us test this. Whether or not I successfully fixed it.
I support science.
Actually, the true test would be $99.99 because if you did a $99.99 donation, no, not 100 biddies. Thank you, Sonny. Thank you. Thank you. You know what, Sonny? Just because you just did that, here's what I'm gonna do. Everybody, just hold your horses. You just chill. You just relax. You just relax, okay? You just watch. How you doing? How you feeling? I think sometimes it's good for the person teaching you to shut up and let you work through it. Or like not talk about, I'm not shutting up because I never shut up. It's why I'm good at this job.
I'm slowly getting it.
No giddy ups going on here.
I think what I don't like this yarn. I think I'm
What
just
yarn
over
is it?
acrylic.
What yarn is it? Is it Brava?
It's 100%. No, it's Hobie. It's Hobie.
You don't like acrylic yarn?
Hobie acrylic.
Do you have another type of worsted weight yarn?
No, I don't, because I only really work in fine yarn now.
Nomi. If Nomi is listening, I would love if Nomi would speak up for a second. Did Nomi have to take off?
I think the sensation
Might be working
of
on
the
stuff.
acrylic against the bamboo is not my favorite.
Because if Nomi's here, maybe maybe using one of your DK yarns would just be better because you'd be happier working with it, and these needles would still be okay with DK. It'd just be the stitches would be loose, but there's nothing wrong with that. Do you have a DK wool yarn you want to grab, or?
No, I think all of my yarn right now is what do you call it?
So make
Fine
sure
weight,
you
100% cotton.
Make sure. Oh my gosh, what just happened?
I heard a yay.
Flava! I love you, Flava. Yay! Flava, thank you. I think I know what I could do to fix this. Actually, I just thought of something in scenes, and then I go into crafting 2, and I hide charity and other alerts, and it should... Yes. Perfect. Now they won't be showing on both. Learning. Because I pulled a scene that already has other nested scenes on it, so it's showing everything twice, but like, smaller on the scene that's in there as a source. For science. See, it didn't play the Peaches alert. I was going to do it. That's what I was trying to tell you, is I was going to do it. Our team is very close to having raised $300,000 lifetime. We are $3,400. Yeah, $3,446.28 away from having raised $300,000 lifetime as a team for charity. That's so cool. And our team total is $23,078.44 for Starlight. What color would you like, Emerald, for a star? Do you want purple? And Sonny said my choice. Oh, I have a bunch out already over here. Yeah. Oh, I'm such a clutter bug. Do you want a blurple or like a plum purple, Emerald? Thank you so much. Oh, it was Flava. Flava, what color do you want? I'm all mixed up. Flava, what color do you want, my dear? I'm so sorry. I love you, Flava. Thank you so much, friend. You have a lot going on in your life right now. $5 is it's half the cost of a toy. So guess what I'm gonna do? Because I was gonna do it anyways. I'm gonna match your donation. I love you so much. Let's fund a toy together. Campaigns. I'm happy to do it. I love Starlight. I really love what they do. So when this happened, I got stuck in the hospital for a month as a kid. So I know what it's like to be stuck in the hospital and just bored. And we've funded a handheld. $2,000 is I have to eat Dr. Pepper flavored jerky. $3,000 is a Star Plushie giveaway. $4,000 is a bread baking stream because you guys love bread. $5,000 is my kids get to pie me in the face again, which we haven't done in quite some time. Pie apocalypse. Dealer's choice. Wow. Okay, we'll do these two colors since you're both saying dealer's choice. I like a good blurple. This is the great thing about these stars is they're reusable. And you just get what's called makeup glue. Just remember that you had it on your face later when you go to wash your face.
Oh, no.
Because you're like, what is that? What's on my face? Oh, you take the stars off and you forget you still have glue on your face. You might want to wash your face right after taking off the stars, in other words. I forgot to wash my face one day and was like, why is there like weird stuff on me? All right. Thank you so much for those 2 donations. I love you, Flava. I know that you also know very well, intimately well, what it's like to be stuck in the hospital. So thank you for doing something so kind and generous to help others. Look at you go. See, I just needed to leave you alone. But I do. I think that is lessons are good. And yes, someone telling you and showing you and all that. Sometimes you just have to struggle with it. Oh, no. Yeah. You already do so much for so many people, Flava. I won't have that in this chat. Get out of here with that.
Did someone just get nerfed?
You're getting nerfed.
Get nerfed.
With love, get nerfed, nerd. We love you so much. You do a lot. Flava's constantly doing projects for other people for absolutely no monetary gain or anything like that for herself. Always contributing to fundraisers for other people, helping out in her community as much as she can with the health conditions that she's been dealing with. You do so much, and already dealing with a lot of your own stuff. Joke's on you. It's nerf or nothing. I love you, and I am honored that you would spend $5 on Starlight kiddos through our campaign. I wish that I could do more. Honestly, one thing. So when you've made it to the other end, let me know. I'm just quickly doing this here.
I'm trying.
Also, especially if you donate regularly to Starlight or any other organization, please make sure that you make yourself a Tiltify account and that you're, tracking your receipts, because if you do itemized tax return, it's easy to pull up your information once the tax year is over and find out how much you donated for that year. That puts us at $1,655.01. And just one other thing while you're over there, and you're doing great.
Not gonna lie, I miss my crochet hook so bad.
You get used to it after a while. And
I miss my crochet hook.
hey, listen, you know what's cool is if you understand doing some knitting stuff, there's some patterns that use both.
Yeah, I have seen those.
Just one other thing quickly while I'm in here. Mirror is a Starlight ambassador. Did you talk about that at all? If you can talk while you're doing this, because I know sometimes talking while you're trying to do something like this is hard.
Yeah, you want me to talk
Or
and
knit. Yeah,
not
exactly. No, I get it.
accidentally curse halfway through it.
Right?
I am an ambassador, which was also going outside of my comfort zone. Because of encouragement that you were giving, and then I got encouragement from Blapple to try for it. And I was really scared in the beginning because I didn't want to sign up for it and then let Starlight down. I was really afraid, but I always feel that way about anything. I'm always afraid about letting people down if I don't meet specific goals or expectations. And I'm like, it's fine. If I at least go for it, if they had any concerns about me, they wouldn't choose me, right?
Yes.
So I'm like, I'm going to leave it up to them. I'm not going to decide that I'm not good for them. They can decide if I'm good for them or not.
Right. Which is tough to do. And the thing is, if somebody doesn't accept you for something you apply for, that doesn't mean you weren't good enough for it. It just means maybe there weren't enough spots this time around.
Right.
And they had to make a choice, and that's always very hard. Sometimes that happens, Lotus. You got lucky.
There was really nothing to lose to try it. And if someone like me who's trying it, despite being nervous about it or being scared, it's like maybe that will be motivating for someone else. Something just scared me. I heard something in my ears. There was a thing that just happened somewhere on my screen. Do I? What is that? What
Read the message.
What does that say? What does that say? Oprah 0.5.
I said you get $5.
You get $5 and you get $5.
Fun fact. Oprah and I share a birthday.
Oh.
I mean, not the same year, everybody. Oprah's old enough to be my mom. Literally, I think was born the same year as my mom. But yes, we have January 29th. I am January 29th, baby. And I was going to ask you this. If you're available, we might have an opportunity to collab again because we're going to do a birthday partnerversary subathon at the end of January and beginning of February. So we can talk more about it, but I think that would be really fun. Oof, Oprah. Wait, what? Okay. What's wrong with Oprah?
This row was not as
Maybe
great.
I don't want to know. Please don't tell me.
This row was not. This one's a mess. But it's on the other needle now. And I just go back and I repeat that same process, right?
I'm just making the joke about how she on her show used to always do the thing where it's like, look under your chairs.
Yes.
Ralph man, thank you. That is so incredibly kind. That is very kind. Thank you very much.
Hey, Ralph.
That is so sweet. I really appreciate that. Ralph, man, thank you for the $25 donation to Starlight Children's Foundation. Can we get some FTKs? Thank you, thank you, thank you. So once you get the hang of this, which it looks to me like you are getting the hang of it, frankly. I know it might feel uncomfortable still, but you will get to where it feels like a lot less obnoxious. You'll understand where the point is that you can draw the needle down to. Oh, yeah, that's right. The bread song.
Bread.
All I wanted was a bit of bread. Mama called me disappointment. Papa called me back. What a jerk. I like it garlic fried brown, but then a honey bun brioche focaccia, not because I get it. It's always on my mind. Bread.
Pretty sure.
Ralph
that I'm
Man, is
knitting
this one of
better
yours? Is this one of yours? Is Ralph Man one of yours?
Yes.
This baguette emote is hilarious. French Stallion. I kind of have to subscribe to French Stallion's channel to use its LFS baguette in chat along with 126 more of their emotes. How do you have 126? How does one have?
When you are essentially a channel that is known for just providing emotes that people sub, like for no other reason, you sub for just the emotes, and then you just have a source of emotes from those.
There's a lot of hands. The emotes are all hands, and they're like horn hands, which is awesome. The baguette is great. Will follow for baguettes. I have no follow room. I have no room to follow. And there's some faces that are like, missing the nose and stuff. Oh my gosh. Wow. Oh, I see. I get it. What's this one? Is this is this cry? Wow. We're boiling down a cry emote to just this LFSC. That's it. I've thought about changing my emote code. How you doing? I think you're doing fabulously, and you're really getting the hang of this already. So is it feeling a little more comfortable now? You're doing great.
I like working closer to the ends, if
Subscribe for a couple of years, and you've only seen his show 5 times. That is saying something. We had someone come in here the other day that has been gifting, and they sometimes do it anonymously, and sometimes they do it when I'm offline. Gifting the same individual a gift sub so that because I actually ended up whispering them and going, hey, I'm sorry. I hope I'm not being inappropriate. I'm just curious because I've never seen you in my channel. Is it for the emotes? I was like, this is very odd. Normally people don't subscribe to me who I've never seen in chat. And they said it is. And I was like, that must be why you're subscribing yourself and then also gifting a sub to this other person. You both like the emotes. And they were like, that's it. You've got us. And I was like, well, thank you. That is so incredibly kind. I'm really glad you're enjoying the emotes. So never discount emotes as part of why someone might think a subscription is worth it. Not to say just have fun with it and make it personal and make it unique. Don't sit there and stress like I did when I got my first 5 emote slots unlocked. And then I went, this is the thing. I stressed, and I was so stressed over, well, what if my emotes aren't good enough for people? And then I realized that's not the point of this. And I found an artist who I liked, and I said, here's my silly idea. And at the time, I couldn't afford to commission them for more than just a few emotes. So I said, well, I'll make the text part of it myself. And I said, I'll make the guess what part. And then I asked them to do a chicken butt. Well, originally, the emote had a star where the...
Oh, okay, yeah.
You know.
Yeah. Yeah.
And Twitch wouldn't approve it. Twitch denied my butt emote when there was something covering where a bunghole should be, for lack of a better word. And I was like, what? Okay, fine. And so we took the star out. So originally, the chicken emote, this one. And so in the Discord, there's a version that has the star still. This emote was supposed to have a star.
Is there a sticker version with the star?
I don't know if there is a sticker version with the star. That's a good question. How could you, Twitch? And then this booty emote. See, like you would... It's amazing what gets through, and then other things get denied for no good reason.
I don't particularly understand.
It's okay. So I think you're doing great. Now, what I would say is practice makes perfect with this, and you just keep going until you're like, oh my God, I'm so bored of this, right? You could make a scarf if you wanted to. I don't know how many stitches you have.
Not on this. This is just practice. If I were to do this for a scarf, I would whip out a different yarn.
Would you now? But would you want a ribbed scarf, or would you want? Yeah, well, they reconsidered all the dumpy and dumper emotes in general. Another trick a lot of times too for this, when you're doing these flat knitted pieces, to make the edges look a little bit cleaner, is you can just slip. So slip stitch in knitting, if you want to do that, is literally just that you do the first step that you would do to knit a stitch, and you just leave it there and then you just pull it over onto the next needle. So when you're slipping stitches, this is a knit stitch and this is a slipped stitch. You just slip it over from one needle to the next. If you do that on accident and you need to go back, you just put it right back on to the other needle. You don't have to do anything else. You can just, and sometimes it might get twisted around, but I wouldn't worry too much about that for now. So if you need to slip a stitch, no, you just do it on the first stitch of the row if you want to make the edge look neater. Okay. I mean, you could do it on the last one, but I don't know if that would have the same effect. And it basically gives the edge kind of a more finished, kind of cleaner look. And so like a lot of times if you're doing a flat square dishcloth, it will tell you to slip the first stitch to give it kind of a nicer sort of almost like looks like a binding on the edges. Okay. Now, knitting does not suffer as much of the issue with like the edges looking all lumpy like crochet does, particularly if you do a border around your piece. So one thing that and we can try the purl stitch if you want to, if you feel like you're ready to move on to the other stitch. That's the two basic stitches in knitting are knit stitch and purl. And that's how you can create different textures with your knitting. And then, you know, there's all kinds of other advanced techniques like cabling and all that stuff. But basically the two that you want are knit and purl. So here's one thing that people will do is if they are knitting a flat piece, they'll do a border of garter stitch, which is what we're doing right now. And they'll say, okay, now I'm going to knit the first 4 stitches. So it continues in garter stitch because that means I'm knitting every row. And then do purl. And a purl stitch is where you take the yarn, the working yarn, and you bring it to the front of your needle. And then you insert the needle in that front leg, but from back to front instead of front to back. So you go from this direction, you go underneath from the back to the front, and then you wrap the yarn around just like you do for the other stitch and pull it through. But then that creates the bump on the front of the stitch instead of the back. So if I go through and I can do it again. I'm just going to show you how the fabric is going to look different on the other side when you do purl stitch. So once I've done some of them, then you're going to start getting those, the V's we're all familiar with of knit. right? Then you're going to get that fabric right here. This is called stockinette. So when you do a flat knit piece and you knit the front and you purl the back, you get stockinette. If you're working in the round, this is the beauty of stockinette in the round. It is just knit, knit, knit all the way around for rows and rows and rows. So when you're making a hat in stockinette, you don't have to change stitches. You would do purl to create the ribbing at the brim. And then once you get to the point where you're making the body of the hat, you're just knitting around over and over and over again until you get to the where you start to decrease for the crown. Hi, Platin. How you doing? Hi, Mirror Doodle. Welcome in. We're streaming with Mirror Mask Arts, our awesome friend Mirror, who is a Starlight ambassador. And so then when you get to the end here, if I wanted to do a 4-stitch garter stitch border, then I'm going to go knit. So I would knit 4, then purl to within 4 of the end, and then knit the last 4. And that way you create this, the thing with stockinette, when you knit just plain stockinette, is it has a tendency to curl. So if you did a washcloth like this, or a panel for a blanket or whatever, then you're going to have a wrong side and a right side. So now on this row, I would just knit every stitch. This is going past a little bit like where, what you would be doing as a beginner. I would just you don't have any kitchen cotton, right? We already established that, correct? No. One good easy first project for a lot of people is knit dishcloths because they're small, because you can play with textures. And so, you can just do garter stitch to get your practice of your knit stitch in. And then if you want to, start experimenting with purl stitch, you can do things like basket weave, which again, all the stitches in knitting are pretty much just combinations of, I know I'm just trying to show, yes, I understand. I'm not expecting her to be following me right now. I just want to show what the fabric looks like on, a stockinette. And you kind of have to get past a certain point before you can see it really. So then this row was all knit stitch. And you can see it starting to form like that telltale sort of like classic knitted fabric. This is stockinette and this is garter. So I think you should just continue with garter for a while. And then you can try purl stitch if you'd like. Again, I'm kind of showing people the basics as quickly as we can. Normally, if I was giving someone individual lessons, I'd be like, cool, you learned to cast on and do the knit stitch. Practice your knit stitch until you can't practice, until you're so sick of it, you can't see straight. And then we'll go into, again, this is how you do purl. Just so in case anybody wants to go back and watch this later and they're ready to start practicing purl stitch. And if I wanted to continue this in my little pattern that I've made here, so ignore these first 4 stitches being knit. And then when you go to purl, when you go to switch from knitting to purling, you pull your yarn to the front. I'm not in scene. I thought I was. Okay. You pull your yarn from the back to the front. Thank you. I appreciate you, Miro. I know you're just making sure I'm not unaware that it's not visible what I'm doing. And then you go ahead and you take your needle with this yarn in front instead of in back, and you go through from the back to the front. Instead of going this way, which is knit stitch, you go under this from the back to the front. And then you wrap around here. And I always hold the yarn down with my thumb so that when I go to draw that loop off, just like we do with a knit stitch, but just in a different position, right? That it stays there and doesn't fall off. So if I'm knitting, I'm going this way like this. And you can look at it from the top and see how the needle is in the back and it's going from back to front, or excuse me, from front to back. And then if it's a purl stitch, then you're going this direction and you're coming underneath and you're pushing your needle to the front of your work. So this goes to the back, that's knit. And this goes to the front, and that's purl. And then you wrap around and you pull that new loop that's on your right needle off. and you've got a purl stitch right there. So through the front leg, from back to front, wrap around the tip, and then draw that loop through and off. I don't know anything about that, Chris. I don't know anything about that. I wasn't aware there was. And let's do be careful that we're not you know, it's okay. That's a very lovely sentiment, and I appreciate you. I wasn't aware there was one. I don't know what the location was. Are you mixed up about my location, perhaps? Yeah, I'm not in California. Or are you talking about Mirror?
California's pretty big.
Are you talking about Mirror?
Pretty big.
I do hope anyone who was affected is all right. Oh gosh. Holy cannolis, really? That's a pretty strong earthquake. I hope that our friend Amish is all right. At 11:44.
Rail.
Yeah, that's a seriously big earthquake. Anyone know where it was, where the epicenter was? Was it off the coast? Okay.
Tsunami warning issued. What?
Well, yeah, that's what happens. I was just going to say that could mean a tsunami.
What?
I would caution people against bringing news like that to someone's chat, just in general, because even though it is important information, we also don't want people to like go into a panic or anything. So please make sure if you're in that area or you have someone in that area, you check a reputable news source for information. You know, just because that's a pretty big deal. My sister is not far from there as well. 1 second. I'm going to do a BRB real quick. I'm going to call my sister. Just in case.
Yeah.
Escalated quickly.
Yeah, we always get so many of them.
You don't
but
quite
they're
realize
usually
what
not.
you're up against asking me to throw my coffee away.
Oh, tsunami warning canceled. Okay.
Dead, wrinkled.
Oh, that's good. Okay. Well, I'm still going to call her.
At least
I'll be right back.
At least this one.
We're
says.
talking about
Yeah,
you.
I know the mic is hot. Thank you so much.
Are you there? Hello?
Lotus, it's okay, Lotus. It's okay. A lot of people don't notice me. I still love you, Lotus. Don't worry. It's like a lot of things. Just because you can't see it doesn't mean it's not there.
Yes, I do know that you want me to play scrims with you, but I don't think I'm good enough for that. People up here?
Ooh, piece of candy. 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 Ooh, piece of candy.
Well, I wasn't going to come back after today when she spilled her coffee everywhere and then peed her pants a little, but now that there's some free stickers.
They're having a bit war.
Okay.
Hey, you're supposed to, you know what?
You want bits?
No. Somebody clip that. Clip my kid going, do more bits.
Hold on. Hold on a second. I'm sorry, it's such a mess in here. Yeah! You're in there with me!
Pull it. Pop it. Pull it. Twist it. Twist it. Pull it. Twist it. Pull it. Pop it. Twist it. Pull it. Pop it. Twist it. Pull it. Pull it. Twist it.
What is turning?
Pull it. Pop it. Pull it. Pull it. Pop.
I'm a nasty woman. I'm a nasty woman. I'm a nasty woman. Such a nasty woman.
All right. Lego explosion. Nothing unusual. Everything is fine. This is fine. Not distracting at all. All right. You ready? Maybe we don't need this to be such a large piece of tape. I'm never coming out. And I would be here, left to my own devices.
Someone's gonna leave some really big balls on my front porch, and I don't want anyone running away with those balls. They're my balls. Hands off. Hands off my balls.
Ooh.
I have no clue. Okay. Tsunami warning canceled for coastal areas of California and Oregon after large earthquake hits offshore. 16 minutes ago. A tsunami warning issued for a large stretch of Northern California and Oregon, including San Francisco Bay, was canceled a little more than an hour after a magnitude 7.0 earthquake struck off the Golden States coast Thursday morning. The earthquake occurred at 10:44 a.m. PST, according to the U.S. Geological Survey, which reported a 7.0 magnitude earthquake about 60 miles west-southwest of Ferndale, California. Around 10:59 a.m. PST, the National Weather Service's Tsunami Warning Center issued a tsunami warning stretching from Davenport, California, 10 miles northwest of Santa Cruz to Douglas/Lane County line in Oregon. 10 miles southwest of Florence, which is the bottom half of the state, so that wouldn't be affecting us where I live. And I'm about an hour from the coast at any rate. But it doesn't mean that we wouldn't still... I'm on the Columbia River, which feeds into the Pacific. So it could have some sort of effect, but I don't know that it would be like... It would be very dire for coastal areas. And many of them over the years have been attempting to, fix buildings that need, structural improvements. There's a lot of bridges that have all received overhauls over the last few years. Portland is known as the city of bridges. It has a ton of bridges across the Willamette River. So that, you know, earthquakes happening and things like that in this area is something to be taken very seriously. So that's also a reason why I stopped, because my sister lives in the Bay Area. But it says that the warning was canceled at 11:54 a.m. PST. My sister's saying, I just heard about this. So she must not have felt it. Although it could be felt in the Bay Area, she must not have felt it.
It looks like the epicenter was a lot further north than that.
Oh, she's traveling for business. My sister's not even home.
Oh, okay.
Anyways, just saying, you know, love you. I hope everybody's okay. My niece and my brother-in-law, however, are there, so. Yeah, we want to be careful, though. We don't want to cause, like, undue panic and stuff. And we need to make sure that we know what's going on. Because, you know, clearly there's not a lot I can do from up here. But I did, you know, I'm glad that I was able to check on her. So how you doing? How you feeling about this? Did you start over?
I did start over because at one point several of them slipped off. And then the row below it, I think, also came apart.
Yep.
And
so
I could not brain.
That's
through
okay.
it,
That's
and
perfectly okay. There is a way to fix that.
Starting over.
I understand. I've done it many times.
Yeah, my tension was so tight anyway.
Yeah, you're practicing. But if you were doing a piece where you felt good about the whole thing, but then, looky Lou.
Oh.
Look who it is.
Hey.
Hi, Gray.
Oh, good to see you. Hello, Raiders. I don't have farts over here. I'm sorry. Oh, and Emma grabbed first. Creatively Emma, by the way, is the person responsible for all of my fiber art antics. Because I was challenged by Emma to start crocheting. And that is how this has all begun.
Really? I did not know that.
How is
That's
your
awesome.
stream? What were you up to? It's good to see everyone. I'm Mira, if you don't know me. I'm usually crocheting, but I'm learning to knit today. I haven't
And doing a
cried
fabulous
yet.
job, by the way.
I haven't cried yet.
Flava, you
But
tried. You get a gold star.
I also usually do watercolor things or heart things, but we're trying something new today in honor of Starlight because I always push myself during charity season because I'm trying to embrace it like a beginner and have fun and embrace my inner child and let the inner child play again, and that is very hard. Very hard to be able to just play. But I'm getting there. I feel a lot more comfortable with this start now.
Yeah, it's an important thing, I think, for everybody to do. Play is very powerful, and it's not something just for, you know, under a certain age limit. 100%. You're doing great, if you ask me. Do you need help with your cast on again, though?
No, you know what?
Or do you have
the
that
cast
down?
On, I'm more comfortable with the cast on than
See, you did longtail cast on right away, so that was my first sign that you were going to be just fine. It's not the easiest thing to do, but again, you have experience as a crocheter. I think that helps, actually.
I just
Even though
don't
it's
think I used
confusing
the
at
long enough
first.
tail for this. So the cast on I'm fine with. It's it's the actually using both of them together. Tension, I think, is my #1 challenge because it's too tight to move the needles back and forth. But I also find that I struggle the most when I reach toward the end and I have a lot of them on one side and I'm trying to get those last few. So that's when I usually that's when I'm most likely to lose it, is when I'm in those last few stitches in the transition. I think I need a longer.
So I just wanted to get like an inch or two worked here where you could really be able to show you the difference between garter stitch and stockinette right next to one another. So every other row I've been just knitting straight across, and then on the back side of the work, I'm knitting 4 stitches, then purling, and then until the last 4, and then knitting the last 4.
Right.
And what that does is creates a nice border. So let's say you were making a knitted blanket and you wanted to have some of it be stockinette stitch. This would help. The pieces would lay a lot flatter, and it's going to be easier to sew them together. So the stockinette is this part. And I mean, I know I was showing you this already, but this is the stockinette right here. Right. And then all the bumpy is garter stitch, where you've just knitted back and forth.
Is that a technical term?
Yes, that is a technical term. The bumpy bumpies. The lumpy bumpies.
Lumpy bumpies.
Yeah, Mira made room in her schedule for a daytime stream today, Emma. We are using shared chat today, so we can see each other's chats, which is great. It's so much easier. I love this. I wish I had used it before, honestly. You may or may not have what?
I may not have my work email in the background.
You're
just
good.
listening. I'm listening for signs of panic, which is very rare.
Don't worry either. If you need to stop to answer something or whatever, I totally understand. I'm just happy we were able to do this today. The bumpy lumps, the lumpy bumpy lumps. Okay.
I'm starting to get concerned over whether or not this is like a medical condition we're talking about now. Like,
Robot Wizard, I'm not sure if you have ever behaved other than super generously ever a day in your life. Oh man. How you doing, Robot Wizard? It's lovely to see you. And I'm here for it, by the way. I just want to put that out there. Yes, thank you.
122 just powered up with 100 bits.
Thank you.
Thanks for the gigantify emote. Smile.
Smile. I chose the Australian TTS voice because I love the way they talk. And I haven't set it up yet, but I was able to bully our friend Blapple into giving me a Nor.
Yeah.
Here, let me see if I can play it straight from in here.
Oh, Nor. Oh, Nor. Oh, Nor.
We might have to just make that a thing right away. We might have to just stop. You're doing great. You're busy. I need a minute to make this into a command. It can't wait. This is very important. That's your favorite brand of bouillon? Somebody quick. Make the Nor soup packages, but make it say like Nor and then like have Blapple's face. Go! Somebody take this idea and run with it. I don't have time. Cream of Vegemite soup. I don't know.
Oh my god.
Goodness gracious. Work's been long this week. Oh, Robot Wizard, I'm sorry to hear that. And we're always just happy to have, any amount of time you can spare during the day. I know work is a thing. Mira was just saying she's got her work emails open in the background. Give me a few. Hi, DJ. I love your bot welcoming DJ to chat because of shared chat. I love that. I love this. 1 second. 1 moment, please. New command. Nor.
Just got pushed by another week. That's fine.
You what?
one of my big projects just got pushed back another week, so I have even less to worry about.
Oh, that's good, right? That's a good thing, right?
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna have a chat message because I have yet to get Blapple to give me a command. You get a command as a moderator. You get like a shout out command. I'm like, is it? I'm like twitch.tv/Blapple. That's not right. Black Apple Creative. I just always call
I know.
Blapple,
I do
Blapple.
the same thing. I do the same thing.
I'm like, wait, that's not her channel name. Rebrand. She needs a rebrand. And then here we got to close this first because if it's open, it will make the computer angry. And we're gonna go in here. Because I always forget to move things right away from the download folder. But with my Twitch stuff for like sounders and all of that, I'm actually very good about it because when I go to put the command in, I make sure it's in the right folder because then everything is in the same folder and then it doesn't break if I try to move it out of the download folder, which would totally be something I would do.
Yeah.
Is it Honor? Yes, Honor 1. All right.
Oh, no.
And it's just going to say her Twitch address. It's not going to say anything else. I'm going to say Honor. Actually, it is going to say something else. It's going to say Honor. Oh, yars.
Oh. I love it.
Honor.
I love it.
Oh my goodness. We probably should put a cooldown on it or else you guys, I know how you are. I know how you are.
Just wait till Ian
per
finds
person, it'll be a 2-second cooldown. It's nothing. It's next to nothing. But it'll prevent one day I put something in and I put any cooldown on it and literally somebody didn't realize they were spamming it so hard. I won't even call the person out because I don't want them to feel bad. And it ended up spamming it like super duper crazy hard and it spammed the chat a bunch of times too. And they were like, oh no, I'm so sorry. Or nor. That's not a cooldown.
Oh, no.
Welcome to the fight zone. Yes, welcome. Thank you, Robot Wizard. Thank you so much.
That's perfect.
Or nor.
Oh, no.
I'm not trying to drag Blapple to my chat, but it would be like !nor is a go. Okay. Operation force Blapple to be even more part of my channel. Did you guys know that Blapple has $1,000 milestone to have to remake the raid video?
Yes.
Did you know that? And
Yes,
is
I do.
awfully
Yes,
close.
Mirror. I do know this. I was very excited.
Tell me you're excited about someone else having to do something obnoxious without telling me you're excited about somebody having to do something obnoxious. It's for charity. It's for the babies. Oh, really? Look at Robot Wizard. Spread the word, chat. Spread the word. And even, folks, if you can't donate to either of our campaigns or to anybody's right now, that's totally okay. Amplify is a thing, and you can use it for anyone's Tiltify campaign. Any Tiltify charity campaign can be amplified. Yes, indeed. Blapple and I have never done a proper collab. Maybe that'll have to be a stretch goal someday for something. We've done Fortnite. Blapple had to play Lego
Yes.
Fortnite with me.
I was
that
gonna
was
say,
it.
there was
Like
at
we've
least a
never done like
Fortnite.
both of us on the screen and like you know what I
Yeah,
mean. When I say a proper collab, I mean like what we're doing right now. We did play a game together on stream. It was fun. Even though Blapple blew up. Blapple blew up my Lego building. So you guys think
I remember that.
you know, if I go in there and I'm extra obnoxious, that's my excuse.
Never gonna forget the Lego building.
Are you casting on again still? Yes. Okay, cool. I am occasionally peeking at
Which
what
I
you're
am
doing and you're doing great.
I'm
You're
getting
doing
more comfortable with. And
See,
I'm
look at
getting
you
more
go. You're
consistent connection with.
flying. She's flying, chat. Fly, little baby bird. I'm trying to find Blapple's campaign to see how close she may or may not be. I really love Blapple. There's a whole joke between us.
The last time I
Oh
was
my
in there, it was
goodness.
at least 600. What?
West. FTK's in the chat for West. Now here's the real science chat. Will the Toad Peaches play automatically this time?
That's a good question. I do enjoy the science.
This is for science, right, West? Thank you so much. Thank you for the $120, putting us at $1,800.01. West could have easily made it in even 1,800. West could have done $119.99, but no. You like the little penny hanging off the end there, huh, West? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it deeply, and I know that the families of Starlight do as well. Thank you so much, friend. You've done a lot. You've done a lot, and not just here. So for science, happy to help. Thank you so much. You know, there's all kinds of ways that people can use their discretionary funds. And if you choose to use them to donate to Starlight anywhere at all, I am thrilled. Thank you, West. Thank you so much. Did you pick any incentives, any rewards? No rewards, no message, just love for Starlight. I would love to put a star on my face for you at the very least. No, did you? No. Really? Or maybe it wasn't you. I shouldn't assume. I should not assume. Here, stars shining for 12 days. I'm trying to find Blapple's campaign. Hey! Blapple's at $1,000. Let's
So excited. I'm so excited.
Get wrecked, Blapple. This is amazing. Wow. It doesn't show who did it on the campaign page. It doesn't matter who did it, okay? We have some ideas, of course, but it doesn't matter who did it. Thank you, whoever that was, for making that happen, because this is going to be amazing. I can't wait. I'll wake up in the middle of the night if I have to. Blapple will try to do it when I'm asleep.
Yeah,
She'll try to show
will
it when
wake
I'm
up in the
asleep.
middle of the night. I will take off work the next day. Are you kidding me?
Yeah. And then I'll do a week-long nonstop stream of nothing but Blapple's cover of my raid video.
Yeah.
I'm kidding, mods. Please, mods. That was a joke. The mods are like, a what now? 9, stop it. Get some help. That's fantastic. Maybe, you know what though? I would consider doing like a yes, Ralph Man as well. Ralph Man, you also donated face stickers, stars. West, you picked blue last time if my memory serves me. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for the donations. Thank you for having fun with us while we fundraise for such a great cause. And that's what they do. They bring joy and happiness and fun and wholesome and healthy distractions. Would you like to stick with blue, West? Ralph, man, you out there? We did one for Sonny. We did one for Flava. And that puts us at less than $200. You like a dark pink? Like this right here? Sounds good. Pink is my daughter's favorite color, West. $120 is, let's see. We have the info about what your donations can do for Starlight. I'm struggling with what the best way is to like show them. Did I put that on this scene yet? I don't think I did.
I might have it somewhere. This one? Well, I got it on mine. Oh, but I don't have that. Here, you know what I can do? We're gonna go here.
I got it.
And then we're gonna go. Oh, you got it?
I did. I found it. I do love the wagons, and that's almost half the cost of a wagon. Where is the slide? And here we can just full screen that. Where is the slide? Here it is. No, go back. $50 is a toy book and art supply shipment. And so you could look at it like this. You did 2 of those and also 20 hours of play. Or you could even break it down to like by the dollar. Every dollar that you donate to Starlight is an hour of access to VR. Or is 20 hours, $20, an hour of play on a Starlight gaming station. It's pretty awesome. Or 3 gowns. Actually, that would be the way you could break it down evenly. You just sponsored 3 comfy gowns with bright colors, fun characters. Something a lot of us don't think about with regard to children being in the hospital is no access to their comfy clothing, their own bedding, their toys, all of that stuff. That's what Starlight does, is they just allow kids to be kids again a little bit more in the hospital because a hospitalized child is still a child. So thank you. Thank you so much, West. It's very kind. They had to jet to work. All right, let's pick for them. You mean Ralph, man?
Yeah, I was gonna say usually he and I have similar work schedules, so I'm glad that he's there.
Okay, thank you. Where would you like me to put your star? And actually, the glue kind of needs to like set for a second, anyways. West. Any preference where I put it for location? My choice. How about on the chin, right here? Whoop, off to the side. I actually have a little bit of a cleft chin. One day, one of my kids said, "Mommy, your chin looks like a butt." I was like, "Well, here we are. It's fifth grade all over again." No, it's okay. When it's your kid, it's quite cute and innocent. When it's another 5th grader, it's usually not meant nicely.
Right.
And I do have a little bit of a butt chin. See, look. Lol. Kids say the sweetest things. That's just that brutal honesty that they're famous for is all. Can you remind Mirror she has the incentives still on her scene?
The best.
Miro is pretty awesome. We'll do a dark purple for Ralph, man.
I am realizing the number of spoons that this takes up for me.
You're good. How are you feeling? And I know it's already like, we've been at this for 3 hours. And I know that you might have stuff you need to do today. So if you need to break from this, at the very least, from like this project, this was all I had hoped to achieve today, was for you to learn to cast on and the knit stitch. And I think if you want to continue with it and keep going. Oh, Nor. I am happy to keep showing you stuff and have you keep practicing. If you want to try to learn the purl stitch, we can do that.
No, I'm definitely not at a purl stitch. Yeah.
Not
Cast on,
today.
I'm comfortable. Cast on, I'm comfortable.
And knit stitch, you're getting there. I'm going to go ahead and say it for you. You're getting
God,
there.
yeah.
You are already. If you've managed to do almost an entire row in knit stitch without having to start over until you got to the end, you're doing fabulously. Whether you believe me or not.
Because it's with cast on, I am at least more comfortable moving the needles and keeping a consistent tension.
Mm-hmm.
I am not at that point with the movement for this quite yet.
Right.
But I'm getting there. Because the hardest part at this stage is
Were you able?
the tension of the work.
Sorry. Go ahead. What? The hardest part of this stage is what?
Tension
Uh-huh.
of like 3 things, because I have like the right needle, the left needle, and then the working yarn.
Yep.
And then like as you're moving across, you have to move them up and down the needles too, or it affects your tension. So it's really challenging. Rain! Hi, Rain! Thank you so much. It's good to see you. Rain is also a wonderful charity streamer too. Hi, Rain. It's so good to see you. Thank you so much. Hi, Raiders. Welcome in. We are streaming with 9.5, who is patiently and graciously teaching me how to knit for the first time. And I'm making some progress. We are both streaming for Starlight for this 12 days season. Starlight for me is the first charity that I started with last year. It's actually, I started with 12 days last year. So it's like, if I were to reach my goal specifically during this campaign, it's like a full circle for me if I reach the 10K lifetime, because this was the first campaign I ever did last year. Starlight is really special to me because they bring games, toys, hospital gowns, VR technology, just a whole gamut of things to kids who are seriously ill in the hospital, so that they have a chance to feel like a kid despite the circumstances. And that's really important to me because I was hospitalized as a child for a couple of weeks, and it wasn't anything too terrible, but it was still such an isolating experience that I can hardly imagine just how impactful it would have been if I had had something like Starlight. So for me, it is, I feel this to my core, because anytime now I receive medical care, especially in a hospital, I'm brought back to that time. And anything that can kind of lighten that period of a child's life, I feel like you make a long-lasting impact if you can bring them any happiness, and it helps them heal faster. It really, really does. So it's a really special organization to me.
And
9.5.
Yeah, that's very sweet, Rainhorse. And actually, our stories are similar in the sense that I also spent a month-long stint in the hospital after the accident that cost me the top half of my finger, hence the username. I got an infection, and yeah, it's such a great cause. It's easy to fall in love with their organization, frankly.
Yeah.
Not to mention the
especially
people who
with
work for them are so
how-
amazing.
Yeah, the amazing staff, the incredible staff, and then I feel like you really get a sense from Starlight directly how the funds are impacting.
West, I'm sorry to hear that, and I hope everything is okay, or at least that you are, on your way to, like, that you're on the mend. And, yeah, it's not fun being in the hospital, whether you're an adult or a child.
Yeah.
But that's, a lot of people have donated saying, I have spent time in the hospital, either as a child or as an adult or both, and how much it means to them to be able to do something to help.
Oh, great. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the $10.
Yeah!
Oh, crazy. That's so cool. I love that they're doing the happy grams for this season. It's such an amazing idea. Thank you so much.
Yippee!
Yeah, I love that the $10 like happy grams are an option, especially this time of year. It's so wonderful. I know when I was a kid, anytime, even in school, if you had candy grams of any kind, just these tiny little notes that come to you, so special. I love it so much.
So I made a mistake, and I want to show it to you. I biffed it, and I knit all the way across this row when I was supposed to knit 4 and then purl and then knit the last 4. So then it creates this bump. Now, sometimes you do that on purpose and you like break up sections. But see how I accidentally knitted when I was supposed to purl, or maybe it was the other way around. So that's a mistake I just made. I didn't intend to do that. I meant to keep doing stockinette, which would be, I think I should have been, yeah. But so like, you know, I'm just going to show you how like I care not. And I will just, I'm the same way actually. And I really hate going back. I could unravel to this point. If you're going to try to rip out a row and then fix it, go ahead and put the needles back through, right?
Yeah.
I would recommend grabbing, if you have it available to you, a much smaller needle size, because it will be that much easier to put and then knit from that back onto these. Thank you, West. I appreciate you. 10 p.m. on a school night. Rainhorse must be UK or EU.
Oh my god, my poor brain.
10 p.m. is 9 hours ahead of us.
No, I know where rain is, but my brain fog is making me blank.
CET, yeah.
Rain,
so Germany, maybe, or yeah, same time zone as
Norway?
Mira. I was going to say that's
Norway?
EU. Norway, very
Did
cool.
I get it
right on.
Norway? Okay,
Norwegian knitting is like,
I'm like, I don't know.
amazing.
My first thing was like Denmark, and I'm like, it's not in Denmark. That's where Hobie is. Hobie's
it's
Hobie
9
ships
p.m. in
from
the
Denmark.
UK as well, though. So they're an hour behind in the UK. Wait, isn't there another time zone between the UK and CET, or no? Or is that because of time zone, like daylight, whatever? Really? See, this is how the United States, how clueless we are to how big our country is. I'm like, what do you mean? There's multiple countries. And like there's only one time zone between them. Hobie is your happy place, and Hirschner's, and Joanne, and Premiere. I actually happen to have Silly Socks Flower Pop just sitting here on my desk. And I was going to show you before we end, because I love these double points so much, I just wanted to show you how you would cast on double points, not expecting you to follow along with me, obviously, because you don't have double points, but this is a sock weight yarn. So it is, I think, a 3.0 millimeter or 3.5. What did they say? Recommended needles, 2.5 to 3.5. So if you were going to do like a pair of socks or something, and you were going to start with the cuff, in order to cast these on, this is why the circulars are so great for, especially anything like a hat. Oh no, are we gonna have problems getting the middle out of this? Hobie, why don't you do the Easy Star on every single type of yarn you sell? It's so awesome.
Yeah, I know. The skeins
Look, we're gonna have barf. Look, we're gonna have barf. Ah! Bleh.
Oh, ew.
Too much fiber. Get it?
Yep.
My doctor told me I needed more fiber. I don't know if this is what he meant.
Oh, is that the excuse I use for my next order?
Yes. Ew.
I was prescribed more
brother,
fiber.
ew.
He didn't specify.
I'm so stoked that Blabble's gonna have to remake my raid video.
I am too. I was so excited when I heard that was a milestone.
What's that? What's that, brother?
That's one of the memes that my husband and I latched onto so much that our kids immediately did not think it was cool anymore. You know, like when your kids are doing like all their memery and you're like, oh, ha ha. And then they won't stop because you're like, oh, that's kind of obnoxious. But then you think one is funny and then they go, okay, well, now we don't think that one is funny anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, you guys just don't have any idea how cool your parents are. That's all. You know, the pitfalls of having Gen X parents, I guess. So these are cool. This yarn is cool because it does its own like pooling. So if you're afraid of color work, they do sell yarn that allows you. I mean, you can make a hat out of this. Easily you can make a hat out of it, but the repeats might not work quite as well for a hat. So when you go to do it's gonna look crazy. I forget how many you usually I forget how many you usually do for also there's just to put this out there, there are some methods for casting on that are referred to as like super stretchy. Jenny's super stretchy bind off is especially helpful for when you are binding off and you don't want because I usually do socks toe up. No, I'm not like that. Not tore up from the floor up, chat. PG-13 and I no longer imbibe, but thank you. Toe up, meaning you start with the toe of the sock. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. I feel like for a sock, you can split it between, yes, I am. Thank you. I am bussin'. Are you bussin' on God? No cap, you bet. So here you are, right? You're like, oh my gosh, how am I supposed to start, with now using another needle? Just very carefully. You actually kind of just let go of this. And then you just do it with this one next to it like that. And it just goes on there like that. And you just kind of have to keep this other needle sort of just hanging out there. It's just dangling once you've got it attached. It's just sort of doing its thing. Whoa. And then sometimes they flip. That one wants to do parkour. And so then, if you are dividing this up evenly, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. Lots of counting in fiber arts. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, right? So then 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. You don't have to put an exact even number of stitches on each of the needles, but one thing that I think is really great about using double points is they sort of become, so you just kind of hold this next to it like that and then just keep going. And you do want to try to get that nice and snug next to there so you don't have too much of a gap. These sort of become their own stitch markers, as it were. You know that you have 20 stitches on each of these needles when you start out. So when you get to the second one, you've done 40 stitches, etc. So then, you get your even number. You evenly distribute the stitches when you're casting on like this. And this looks so crazy, right? You're like, how would anybody be able to make... How is anybody going to be able to make how is anybody going to be able to make sense of this, right? 1, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13, 14. This is why people think it's witchcraft. 15.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. Crochet looks a little better. Every few minutes we go, I'm like,
19, 20. Here's the advantage of knitting. Less yarn.
Yeah,
you use less. One of the advantages of knitting, depending on what you're making. Okay, DPNs can be a handful. No pun intended, right, Miko? You can cast them all onto one needle and split them. I prefer to do it like this because I'm like, why waste time on? So no. I can join these. It's no biggie. You got to make sure they're not twisted though. So this is another kind of pitfall of the double points. You have to make sure they're not twisted. So you have to make sure that the little bumpies are at the bottom, the lumpy bumpies, that they're at the bottom of your stitches, and turn all of them so they're not like all jacked up. And then I'm not actually trying to make anything in particular. I'm just sort of showing you that this is wild looking, but it's totally possible to learn to do this. Okay, almost dumped all my stars out. So then you get to here, right? And you actually connect. So you're going to connect this here, but you're not going to use... Am I doing it backwards again? I always have trouble with this step. So if you do 3, you need a 4th to work with. So yep, there. This needs to go behind. And then you need to, in order to make sure you know which of your needles is the one that you're starting with is the first needle of the round. Once you do this, because this is so tiny and it's so fiddly, right? Immediately, so that you don't get confused and like, oh my gosh, I don't know where I started. You grab a stitch marker right away and you put it on there. Now I know that this is the first stitch of a round. And then you can just go around like this. Now, doesn't this look horrible?
It looks like a torture device.
And I'm not doing ribbing like I normally would.
Why choose... Okay, so why the torture device over just something with the loop?
For socks, you would be hard-pressed to find circulars that are small enough. There is a method called Magic Loop. And many people will swear by it and say, oh yeah, I would never use double points. I prefer circulars and I will learn Magic Loop. I've just never learned Magic Loop and I don't mind double points. And like I mentioned, the thing that's great is, right, like let's say that I was working some point in the pattern where, you know, there's like multiple things that are happening. Like I'm trying to turn the heel. And then after you do that, you get into this like thing where you have like a lace pattern on the front of the sock and all that junk. You always know, for example, that you're working your lace pattern over needles 2 and 3 or whatever. Like it for me, the needles become part of keeping track of where I'm at in the repeats. DPNs are needed for salt. You almost can't do it unless you use a Magic Loop method. And that's also kind of a brain breaker for some people. So this is where you would get to if you made a hat eventually, right? And hi Heat, how you doing? All the knitters always come out of the woodwork when I finally do knitting on stream. And I know a lot of you are here lurking. I'm not picking on anybody for coming in today. And you know, like I've had people make me feel like I was being told I'm not in their stream enough. So I hope nobody ever feels that way when they're here because I respect your time. And I'm always happy to see people. And I understand it's like, ooh, you're doing something I like to do on in my time. You know, my free time or on my stream or whatever. So it's of interest. And I love that. And I love knitting. And I actually gave up crochet for knitting for like 10 or 15 years. Something you might not know about me is I did not crochet for like 10 years. I only knitted. Like only knits. I've joked that I was going to start a crochet OnlyFans and call it OnlyFans Stitches. I need to reach over and hit my rim shot button. You know, it's like they are different. But one cool thing actually that I did when I first started streaming Fiber Arts was I crocheted a hat and I wanted to give it a ribbed brim. And I was like, oh, I'll just pick up the edge of this crocheted hat and knit a ribbed brim. Bonk.
Oh, that's good.
Oh my goodness. Thank you, Robot Wizard. I think we're getting close to wrapping this up. What would you like for your sticky? Thank you, Robot Wizard. Thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub to Only Stitches. Heat, what's your favorite thing to knit? Do you like socks? So see how tiny this is and fiddly, right?
Yeah.
Clearly there's a reason why I didn't start you out with this. This would be maddening.
I would have outright rage quit. 100%.
Yeah, but see, like I almost lost a stitch and I managed to grab it. And then you had mentioned having stitches fall off your needle and they start unraveling down the ladder. But there is a way to fix that without having to ditch everything and go back. And then also people will tell you there's lifelines and all this other stuff.
I couldn't recognize the pattern readily enough yet to know how to kind of put it back on the needles.
You actually need a crochet. Well, you don't need a crochet hook, but that's one way in which a crochet hook comes in super handy is you can pull those loops through each other all the way up to where you can put the last one back on the needle. But you do have to pay attention to which way they're going so that they match the fabric that you're making. So you don't end up with a knit stitch where you would normally have a purl, etc.
Right.
You don't knit many socks because you never make it to the second one. Oh, I hear you. Speaking of ladders, you're still trying to figure out how not to have those on DPNs. Do you mean in between your different stitches, your different needles, you have a gap? Is that what you mean, Miko? You know, I've not had too much trouble with that, but I also will say that a lot of times that's probably going to work itself out if you block. So if you're using them to make socks and you get one of those sock things, it's like a plastic sock form. And then if you do some nice gentle, of course, stretching while they're damp and stuff, it might work itself out a bit. It's like the stitches are all going to kind of like even themselves out. If that, there might be a term for this, but it's kind of like blocking, right? You knit a lot of shawls, wraps, cowls because the designs are so beautiful. But again, not much use for them where you are. Oh,
I'm
right.
right there with you too.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my God, it's Moko. It's the Mokos.
Moko made us save for the kids. I hit the wrong button.
Hi, Moko. Thank you so much.
Look at that.
Oh, good to see you. We're here with 9.5. 9 is very patiently teaching me knitting for the first time because, I always kind of try to stretch myself and do new things for the charity campaigns. And Starlight, I have a particular soft spot for it. I try to reconnect a bit with inner child, the power of play. Try to reconnect with myself and with that mission that Starlight has. So this was both growth and play at the same time, and I am enjoying it. I am enjoying it as frustrating as it is at the same time. It's amazing. Thank you guys so much for coming in. It's wonderful to have you. Amir, if you don't know me, I am a Moko, and I'm on Stream Stars with 9 as well. And, hi! Oh, keep working. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that.
Yeah, FTKs. Let's go, Donna.
Oh, another Happy Gram. I'm telling you, the Happy Grams are one of my favorite things for this season. I'm so happy to have them. Happy for the Happy Grams. Thank you guys so much.
I love it.
Everyone in.
Yay.
Yeah, and donations are always wonderful. I'm so thankful for them. But having you all here present for this too really makes a difference for the.
Look at you! You hit $200. You're at $205. Let's go.
Yay! The next milestone is at 3, and that would be a giveaway for a hand-painted bookmark from Valora Plays, who I'm also going to be co-streaming for an art day.
Awesome.
For some art giveaway milestones. So that's coming up. But thank you guys so much. I appreciate all the donations, all the attention and love for Starlight and for the difference it makes for kids. It really means a lot. But I've made some progress. It may not look like it, but I have made some progress.
You
today
have
and
done
learned so many
fabulously. No, seriously. Knitting is a different, it's different. I mean, clearly, but, I think if you know how to crochet, this is the best method, if you ask me. I'm teaching Mira, if any of you are fiber artists and you know the difference, I'm teaching Mira continental style because I think that if you've already started out as a crocheter, you certainly can learn English. Ian, were you learning continental or English? English is also referred to as rapping. Not that kind, not like, yo, check it. My name is 9, and I came to say I love knitting in a major way. Not like that.
I was thinking of the other wrapping.
Like
wrapping paper.
Well, no, that is it, though, because you're wrapping the yarn around the needle instead of grabbing it like you have been and pulling it through.
Oh, okay.
Is it really the first time you've gotten to read? Probably because of time zones and Mirror's
'cause
typical
I'm
schedule.
usually- Moko's, you keep me company during my work days, which I'm technically in the middle of. I have my work email up. Don't tell me. Everything is fine. It's a quiet day. Nothing's happening.
Also referred to as picking versus throwing, says Heather Bizzo,
It's
because
lunch-ish.
it is.
It's lunch-ish time, okay?
Lunch-ish, yes.
I'm like, it's lunch-ish time. You know, I get the work done before and after. I'm remote. I can handle this. I'm watching it. I'm monitoring it. There's
I
nothing
ordered a
happening.
particularly big lunch.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. It's just
Yeah.
taking me a really long time to eat my lunch.
I
So
didn't
funny.
move my 11 o'clock that I forgot about to 3. Fine.
We have that too. Is this Dev or Dare on the Moko Made account? We have that too, so I can see who we've rated. Ours only goes back for 90 days though.
Oh, that's cool. I don't know. Do I know? No, I do know how to check that.
Twitch needs to get with the program already and give people who share a channel a way to have like a little parentheses next to their name that shows that it's this person versus that person, but we share an account. I don't know though, because then maybe there's people who could abuse that, which just stinks that like every good idea you think of to make life easier, there's some way that some jerky person could mess with it. What's the fun in that? You could say that I do get my USRDA of chaos via Twitch, you know, Dev or Dare or whoever I'm talking to.
Twitch is my healthy out. My healthy what do you call it? My healthy way of putting out my chaos so that it doesn't show up anywhere else.
Yes,
I'm usually the
indeed.
chill channel though, but you see me anywhere else and I am usually a little gremlin, just a little bit.
We were just helping Mirror grasp the basics, Ian. So if anyone here has never knitted before, I will store the VOD, and I think Mirror also has VODs up. So you'd be welcome to watch it.
I want to thank you.
You
Also love
stinkers. I love you guys too. Thank you. Thank you for the infinite doge. Thank you. I don't want to speak for Mirror, but I'm sure Mirror would agree. There are very few people that I could point to who are more dedicated to the success of other people. Yeah, let's go, Ian.
Thank you, Ian. Get gifted, Moko.
Get gifted, nerd. Get supported, nerd. Get gifted, nerd. But seriously though, like for a channel of their size to say, you know, when it's time to celebrate our partnerversary, we want to take that opportunity to just relentlessly promote other people for like a week straight and then some, and help other people discover their small businesses and their art and their streams is exceptional. Very few people would use something like that the way that they do, and they do plenty more than just that. So 1 month this year, can't wait. Oh my gosh, when are you doing PP then? Because I know that there was some stuff where you had I think you're doing it later. Or no. It's the St. Jude fundraiser that you had scheduled. Never mind.
Yes,
See, brain is not braining. All of April.
Listen, I gotta put all of my Moko stuff on my calendar for next year.
Charity is moving back a bit, right? And again, speaking of charity, I have seen very few people on their first go round I mean, you know, clearly you waited, and that's a really smart idea. I'm terrible and have no patience. And never could have waited like you did. And that's okay. It takes all types, right? Everyone has different approaches, and but I'm very impressed because it takes a lot to coordinate that many people and to get them all, you know, and the auction and how much you raised with the auction, it was a thing of beauty. And I still don't think they quite have it set up right. I really want to push Tiltify for your sake and for ours here, for our auction that we do for creative every year, to allow it to just go to the team total and not be reflected on anyone's individual Tiltify total raised, just for the team, because auctions for the creative communities are such an awesome way to benefit the charity, for people to get cool stuff, and for everyone to be able to be involved. And it's an underutilized tool, if you ask me. Coincidentally, you got Blaze's tiger artwork in the mail today. Awesome. Let's go. You know, but the impact of things like that can't be understated, no matter the size. However, you did such a great job, and it was a really successful event. And I know, you know, I'm sure Mira would agree. It feels good 100%. To be part of something like that, even if, you know, you're not ready to organize it, you're not ready to administer it. That's how you can get involved. And it also gives you a window into what it takes to coordinate something like that, in case you were interested in doing it in the future. So that's very cool. Mira, how you feeling?
I am.
You mentioned your spoons maybe running a little
Yes.
low for that. Let's give it a rest for today. You did a fabulous job.
Yes. I learned a lot, though. I'm very comfortable casting on. I am like happy-ish comfortable with the other stitch.
Yeah. Also, I was there in the stream, but happy first birthday to Baby Ray. I can't believe she's 1 already. That's nuts.
That is nuts. Baby Ray's the first baby I ever held.
I was just going to say, you know, Mirror, Ian brought it up. There's a lot of really cool patterns out there for knitted shawls, and many of them are super simple, and they start as like just a triangle, and you'd get great practice. Look at your face.
Listen, I'm pretty sure knitting takes 3 or 4 times the spoons as crochet for me. There are too many moving parts. There's so many moving parts.
No pressure for you to do it ever again if you don't want to.
I'm going to get a deluge now of just patterns. Ian's going to convert me just with patterns. I still have to, I am learning Tunisian this month as well.
Yeah. You never know. I think that sometimes things like this, though, Mira, can be a thing where if you come back to it after putting it down for a while, it's going to feel better. It's not going to feel as, it is a lot in one session for you to get to knit stitch. You did great. Ads very soon. I'm going to do 1 snooze. Mira, thank you.
Yeah, I think if I changed the yarn, and I think I would actually like to try the metal needles.
Yeah.
Because for me, I think part of my struggle here is that the texture of this yarn against the bamboo is holding on quite a bit more.
Wool yarn is going to slide over those much better. A wool or a wool blend or cotton blended with acrylic or cotton blended with wool.
Differently than going further with
acrylic can be a bit sticky on bamboo needles. There is too much resistance for most people. I just didn't want the metal needles to be like way too slippery, but don't hesitate to grab a pair that are a fixed circular. I would just go with a fixed circular. Don't go investing in a whole set of interchangeables yet. I see how it is.
Yeah, poor Ian, because Megan got my shawl in the line.
Speaking of auctions and people who participated in ours, Mirror donated a gorgeous shawl, and Ian and Megan were battling it out over it. You find the sensation of bamboo rubbing against each other to be unpleasant, and you much prefer the metal. Yes, I also do, but I just was a little concerned about the slipperiness of it.
Yeah, and I completely understand that. I think that I
Yeah,
am
see,
to a
Heat
point
understands.
that I would definitely next time try the metal needles.
Right.
Now that I have at least a little bit of motor control over it.
Xiaogu is a good brand. These are Xiaogu. These little guys, these little tiny itty bitty stabby, like, you know, go ahead, try me while I'm on the bus knitting. Try me. I used to look over at people if they were really like kind of giving me a bad vibe and like be like,
See,
I have
this is
these
just
with me.
This is just reinforcing that horror image that I have of you, where you are cocooning people. I know that we've had this conversation before in your chat, where the horror
not supposed
version
to
of
tell
you is
people
like,
about that.
You appear as this very
hold
nice,
still.
inviting,
It won't hurt a bit.
Yes, and you're just cocooning them.
I'm a
in
giant
all of
spider.
VR.
I'm like the spider from James and the Giant Peach.
Yes. Yep.
Well,
This
listen.
is totally reinforcing that image now.
Maybe what I will do is I will let you go so you can have whatever chaos is going to ensue over there as a result of having the Mocos raid you, and take a break because my ad break is coming. And I know also that you might have a limited amount of time today. But you did fabulously as far as I'm concerned. Okay. And I wasn't sure, you know, I was like, you know, you've been practicing with, how long have you been crocheting?
I think 2 years now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. They are very different. They're not like, it's not like, oh, if you can knit, then you'll learn to crochet no problem, and vice versa. I know knitters who can't get the hang of crochet. So I think you did quite well. And if you want to practice it some more, if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them either in our lessons or, you know, whenever. I'm just proud of you that you're trying new things. Just like you said, you're giving yourself permission to play. And that is something is so hard in our adulthood sometimes.
And giving myself permission not to get it on the first try. Because that's the hardest part, right? Is allowing the beginner part of it. It's like you shouldn't expect to be good at it the first time that you try it.
And it's okay not. As the kid who had to be sent to the 3rd grade reading class in 1st grade, and was in talented and gifted all throughout her life, and placed in the top, 0.5 percentile for standardized testing all through school, and picked up instruments and could play them instantly. As soon as anything came along that I couldn't do, oh no, of course I didn't rage quit it and tell myself I was absolutely horrible and that I had no right thinking I was good at anything. No, that never happened, not once.
And it had to
or
be
multiple
kept a secret
times.
from the world. It had to be kept a secret from the world. No one could see that. No
Nope.
one could see it ever.
Yeah. It's
Yes, I know that.
it's a hard thing to recover from, and I think we've talked about how we have that in common. And it's like, oh, there's probably people who sit there and go, oh, poor you were good at some stuff, so when you weren't good at it, it was frustrating. And it's like, yes, but
yeah,
I think there's value in learning to struggle. And I am kind of jealous of people for whom things didn't come easily to, because they learn work ethic and they learn persistence and they learn try again. And that is a big thing that was hard for me for a long time as well. I hear you. And so I'm glad you're doing that and practicing that and working on that.
such a big contradiction too, especially nowadays with social media, because
You see a
can't
7-second
accomplish
video. That's nothing.
Yeah,
you
can't
didn't
accomplish
see
anything
Yes.
without the pain, without the struggle, without the time. You have to have it. But you don't ever get that promoted. You just get the end result. If you're just handed an end result and not the process, that's mentally not a great setup for yourself.
Can I pin Ian's message in my own chat? In shared chat? Yes. I just said you need to do things out of spite. That's amazing. Hi, Gravy.
I will say, as a word of caution, that can go in the opposite direction, because I tried staying in grad school longer to spite people, even if it wasn't the best choice for me. So you can push spite in the opposite direction if you're not careful.
Yeah. When people tell me I'm good at something, I also struggle to believe them. I go, well, there's people who are way, 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 way better than me.
Yeah, I don't know about you, but part of my struggle all my life has been people consider that I can pick up anything and be good at it, but I just feel mediocre at everything. Like I can't ever be good at something.
I'll never be truly exceptional at anything because I allow myself to be pulled in too many directions at once. I want to do everything. And so, but then I get bored quickly and or just distracted. And I go, I don't know why I don't want to pick that back up again, but I just don't. And it's like so difficult for me. Night Emerald. Okay, listen, I can't stop the ads in 3 minutes, so I'm going to bid you a fond farewell. And I will see you soon for our next lesson. And I'm so proud of you. And you're doing such a great job.
Definitely.
And
it was great to have time with you. We should plan more things in the future.
Yes, absolutely. 100%. It was way overdue. And maybe some gaming even. We could play a game of your choice next time if you want, instead of me making you suffer. It's okay, though. I mean it. You really did do a great job, right, everyone? Tell Mirror. Everybody hype Mirror up. Stardew, or you can play Deep Rock Galactic co-op, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do I make your first Deep Rock experience?
Oh God!
Crowd control Deep Rock.
Oh no! You can do crowd control with Deep Rock Galactic. I already
Did you not see my crowd control Deep Rock?
Oh no, I didn't. Oh, I bet that was chaos.
So my very first crowd control experience was Deep Rock Galactic, and I didn't know what any of the options actually did until they happened.
Oh no! Did they give you bread?
This is a nerd alert.
No, I wish there was a bread option.
Platin, that's not how you use Nerd Alert, Platin. Get refunded, nerd. That's not how you use Nerd Alert, Platin.
Yeah, Ian participated in that bit of torture. No,
it's okay. It's okay, Platin. That was funny.
You don't need to know the details. It was fun. It ended up being fun. That's all you need to know.
Oh my goodness. Thank you, Miro, for refunding that. No, it's okay, Platin. It's just that's our hey, I want to shout somebody else out, redeem. Totally okay. It was funny. And I like hearing more and more say, this is the Nerd Alert. All right. Big love to you.
Rock's fun though.
Mirror, you kick butt. I'm happy to share the platform with you, and I'm happy to be able to call you a friend. So thank you for doing this, and thank you for supporting Starlight. Bye, Mirrors chat. Custom Chaos over there. Bye, everyone. We're going to go on a BRB because we have ads. Okay, everybody? I'll see you on the other side of the BRB. Bye. Bye.
Now I need to figure out how to adjust everything back.
My dearest Finn.
Thank you guys so much for all the follows. Thanks for being here.
I'm writing this to you to read one day.
It feels like forever ago that our lives were changed when you were diagnosed with cancer.
I know this has allowed you to see how hard life can be, but always realize it's full of opportunities to make someone's day better.
During the most vulnerable days of your life, strangers and communities came together to support you on your journey.
There's been so much kindness surrounding you. The surgeon who cared for your heart as if it were his own. Starlight who made you smile even on your toughest days.
Never forget those who loved you so well, and know that you have the responsibility to give back.
Never doubt that you can make a difference in this world.
I love you, sweet boy.
Love, Mom.
Love, Dad.
Hey, Davey. Oh, you want me to hold your hand?
We got diagnosed, and I just remember it's one of the most overwhelming things that I'd ever had happen, because I knew I couldn't take care of Demi.
She had 2.5 years of chemo. Then she had probably 30 to 40 spinal taps through this whole process.
When you see your little girl sitting in a hospital bed, you know she's not feeling good. You need every bit of joy or happiness that anybody can provide you at that point.
Turn it, here, I'll hold it. Turn it around like that.
Starlight, the stuff they provided for us was huge. We needed that.
I don't think there's words to describe the love and the support that we've seen. It's just been incredible. Beyond thankful.
Cancer is so dark, we've been able to come out on the other end. We want people to know that there's hope.
Why do you have so many stickers?
Because I've been good at the hospital.
Finn was born with congenital heart disease. Now he is up to 18 procedures, so we are frequent visitors of the hospital. The journey emotionally with Finn has just been really, really tough, but the things that have been able to get me through it are the support and donations through the Starlight Children's Foundation. When Finn was in the hospital, instead of a bed, he was able to sleep in a radio flyer wagon supplied by Starlight for 5 solid weeks. The Starlight Children's Foundation is able to give him the opportunity to be a normal kid, and we celebrate in every single one of those moments.
Happy kids heal faster. That's why Starlight Children's Foundation is dedicated to improving the mental well-being of sick kids, regardless of their illness or injury. When a child is hospitalized, they are scared, lonely, and stressed. Being in hospital facing painful treatments takes away from the happiness of childhood. But that's where Starlight comes in. At Starlight, we provide entertainment through our gaming stations, comfort with our specially designed hospital gowns, play with our toy deliveries, and distraction through our virtual reality headsets. Starlight programs are what happiness is made of, the things that make being a kid special. The simple power of a smile. Delivered to over 800 children's hospitals and medical facilities across the country, can make a lifetime of difference for sick kids. Learn more at starlight.org.
Such a beautiful thing to be able to do for a family. I feel targeted because 2 of the different stories have to. Yes, welcome back, everybody. Thank you for staying through the ads. 2 of the different families have kids who have names that our kids have, Finn and Henry. So, again, important to me though to make sure to share with you, not only my own personal why for fundraising for this organization, but how your donations can help. And the stories are a little difficult, to watch because it involves children in, less than ideal circumstances, to put it lightly. And at the same time, that's why we do it, is because these programs help people get through one of the darkest things you can imagine as a parent. Or a child. So these families are deeply grateful, and your presence in the chat is helpful. Your donations obviously are very helpful. If you cannot donate right now, there's the Amplify feature available through Tiltify, where you can generate a link to share the campaign and to let people know that we're fundraising. Did Robot Wizard ever mention what he wanted for a sticky? And I'm tempted now to sit here and knit socks because I started playing with those fun little tiny sharp needles. But let me attempt for once in my life to stay on track. Tiny Scrim? Why? We didn't do rubber chicken squawks for Mokos either. They resubbed for 21 months. No choice. Okay. Of all people, I know they would understand when you're in the middle of a collab and doing charity and all that other stuff. But I really love them. They are our team leaders for Team Mocha Loco. Please make sure you're following Mocha-Made. Please make sure you're following Mirror Mask. Mirror streams usually in the evenings Pacific time, but was able to make it work for today for us to collab during my time that I'm normally live, which is very helpful. Because as you guys know, my kids are home in the evenings, and collabing with other streamers in the evenings when my kids are home is a little tough. Mine are still young enough that I can't really be like, bug off. You know, and I wouldn't want to do that anyways, but you know what I mean. The teenager, he usually doesn't bug out unless he needs something from me, and it's usually, Mom, will you spend money on a game for me? But he's been doing so well. I had a conversation with his choir teacher. His choir teacher said, hey, your son is really turning out to have an absolutely amazing, a very beautiful baritone voice. And I want to encourage him. And I just thought you should know that so you can encourage him to keep going with choir. And I was like, well, I don't know where he gets it from. But I'm super happy to hear that, because I never want my kids to feel like they have to do the same stuff that I did at their age. That there's pressure from me to participate in the same types of activities that I did, or that I'm trying to live vicariously through them or anything like that. I want them to do it because they want to. But maybe now I need to start finding some songs that we could sing together if he's game. Thank you, Heat. You're so sweet, Heat. Thank you.
Another one.
All right. Oh, so were you waiting? You were waiting until you were being polite, everyone. Thank you, Anonymous, for the gift sub for our friend Heather Bizzo. Thank you so much, Heat, for the 1,000 bits and the sound alerts. And thank you, Anonymous, for the tier 1 gift sub to Heather Bizzo. I see what you're doing. I will say this, okay? We're fundraising for Starlight. I love you all. And all I will say is 5% of stream revenue from Twitch and the Fourth Wall are going to charity. And that charity donation will go to Starlight. And I will do my best to be able to donate that before the end of the month, right at the end of the month. Thank you very much for all your support of the channel. I appreciate you. I always try to give back to the charities. Usually we have a thing. I'm trying to figure out what to do with the hype trains. Maybe I need to stop worrying about what to do with hype trains. It's this thing where you feel like you've set an expectation and then You know, again, it's the overachiever thing. It's that I feel like I have to have like the craziest hype train incentives. And you guys don't even care. I don't think you actually care as much as I think that you do, or that I care. But the most efficient way for you to help our charity is to donate directly through Tiltify. I appreciate you, though. Thank you so much. I hope that was worth the 1,000 bits, Heat. Are you trying to bribe me into knitting some more? Pretty sure not a lot of chatters care. You just want to party and support me. Well, I'm working on convincing myself of that. You know, but I do like to give back to you. That's really the point of it. Is, you know, to show you I appreciate. Totally worth it. Okay, Heat. Heat, do you crochet too or just knit? Are you an only knits? So there is a hype train available for the next minute or so. And there, I'm done talking about it now.
This is
oh
not
boy,
a
Donna,
train,
thank you.
It's a land boat and it's
You
on
did that
fire.
before I said that, so now I don't have to feel weird. Thank you, Donna. Thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate you. You're so awesome, Donna. Thank you. All right. It's already at a level 2, chat. Already a level 2. If it hits level 3, I'll let chat have a half hour of onesie. If it completes level 3, excuse me, I will spin the wheel of onesie. You learned crochet first and cross stitch. Oh, cool. So do you do those on stream as well? Can we have a fancy shout out for Heather Bizzo, please? Thanks. I crocheted this, Rebeculous. Isn't it fun? And this is fur yarn, which isn't as hard to work with as you might think. You do them occasionally on stream, right? But you more focused on the knitting. So if I knit more, Heather, you know, here's the struggle I have with like wanting to do some, I want to be able to do like, hey, this is an adults only stream from time to time, but I don't want people to get confused. I did just wing it. Yeah, I just winged it. I didn't even write anything down either. I'm bad at that when I freehand things. I didn't write anything down about the gingerbread man, and it's already in a bag with a address label on it for Ian. I didn't even take any pictures of it. I mean, unless you count the thousands and thousands and thousands of frames of video from yesterday. I held it up a couple of times. I could grab a screen capture. Thank you guys for starting a hype train. It's at level 2, and there are some emotes you can earn. And you know what? It's nearly Christmas time, so if we do complete a level 5 today, I will pick a teammate from Team Stream Stars, and I will donate $10 to their campaign. Even though we're doing the 5% from stream, but that's just if it hits that, and there's never any pressure whatsoever with any of this stuff. DJ, I love you so much. Oh, no. Actually, I changed my mind. Well, I'm not changing my mind. I was holding on to that. I'm holding on to that as a last ditch thing. Maybe there might be Mariah for charity. Maybe. That's a big maybe. Ian, Ian. Oh, yeah, Ian perks right up. Ian, did you get your tracking number for your package, by the way? Ian perked right up. Good. Okay. I wondered if I had remembered to send it to you or not. I mean, I could have just looked at our DMs. Oh, my goodness. You punk! Aren't you still live? Oh no, you ran into Eclipse Raccoon. Very good.
garlic, Brian Brown, banana, honey bun, brioche, focaccia, nut butter, baguette, croissant. I like it black and white, I like it thick and fried. It's always on my mind. Bread. Thank you, Mirror. Hey, that's a mug giveaway, you guys. That triggers a mug giveaway from the fourth wall. Thank you very much, Mirror. I appreciate you. And you went 3 over, so we'll start a new goal at 47 for another mug giveaway. Thank you. I appreciate you. Carb, yes, Mick. We get to be mugged, yay! You've seen So Royal's yarn version? Yes, I have. In fact, Soro even shared it with us in the show and tell. Oh, did anybody post in show and tell? Did anybody post in show and tell today? Cool. We'll look at that. Thank you so much, Mirror, for the 5 gifted subs. If your name is on this list and you happen to be in here, Kindiz, Ali Pup, Toasty Bear, Crystal Spark, or Corgi Chica, it is really great etiquette to thank your gifter. Thank you so much for sharing the benefits of being a Tier 1 subscriber with those 5 people and supporting the stream. And thanks to those of you who are paid recurring subscribers, we receive a 60-40 revenue share on all gifted subs, Tier 1, everything. All Tier 1 subscriptions, all gifted Tier 1s, I actually get a 60-40 revenue share because of those of you who choose to be paid recurring subscribers, like our awesome friend Mirror, who came in here and did her Tier 3 resub at the beginning of stream, and I adore you, and you're so kind, and thank you for your generosity. I appreciate the heck out of you. Incidentally, there's 2 other things. There is a 25% off your first month on Patreon, and there's also a sale on the fourth wall. But like I mentioned, we're going to do 5% of Twitch revenue. So 5% of that 5 gift sub bundle is going to Starlight. 5 of my revenue share. 5% of those bits that DJ just taunted me with. 5% of and bits are great because the markup has already been paid. You know what I did that I'm kind of thinking I might do from now on? I bought myself a $100 Twitch gift card and redeemed it to my Twitch wallet. And I almost think like maybe I, do that and then you remove like any other methods of payment and stick to that. And that might be a good way for me to budget. You know what I mean? Because then I could still gift subs. I could buy a bundle of bits out of it and then give subs. And occasionally I think they even have specials where you can get a gift card for less than the face value. But at any rate, all the support is super appreciated. This is what I do full time for a living. And at the same time, while we're supporting Starlight, I really do, try the best that I can to drive donations straight to the charity. So thank you for supporting. It's hard for me to just thank and not, get anxious about like, but we're supposed to be doing charity, and everyone will say, yes, and we also like supporting you. And I go, but charity. And then I make it all awkward and everyone's like, well, and I'm like, yeah, I know, I did it. I made it awkward again. Yeah. But nothing. Yeah. Oh, I know, because I didn't put a butt on the gingerbread man. We're back to that, huh? Actually, you didn't want me to, and it was your gingerbread person. So, whatever. But at any rate, thank you guys for being here. Let's work on this sweater for a bit. And I think I need to... Yeah, that's about good right there. I found this hook in a and I actually kind of like this style of hook sometimes. This is a USK 10.5 or 6.5 millimeter hook. Thank you guys for the hype train. I appreciate it very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's do a mug giveaway. Then let's do show and tell. Then what? And here, you know what we're gonna do? Type exclamation point, enter. A raffle is already running. Wait a second, Rebecculus. You'll have to do it again. Pocket Roddy, you'll have to do it again. I did look into something that I do want to try, but I need, that was a good practice run. This is for any mug design of your choice. We have a couple that are on the, like, kind of newish, in the fourth wall. You can gift fourth wall items, and there is one in there where 100% of the proceeds go to charity. Really cute sticker design from our friend Chimera's QC. The Chicky Bread Sticky. 100% of that item, of profit from that item goes to charity each month. So last month was St. Jude. This month is Starlight.
Welcome to the Fart Zone.
Epic Doc, thank you for the raid. Thank you for raiding again, Epic Doc. Welcome to the Fart Zone, Raiders. Hello, Raiders. Welcome to the Fart Zone. You're getting Fart Zoned again. Some of you have already been Fart Zoned. Exclamation point enter is to enter the giveaway. Hi, Ella. Hi, Asher. Hi, everyone. Hello, Shell. How are you, Shell Smiley? I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much, Epic Doc. Thank you. Epic Doc is got to do your usual raid and raid. No, don't even worry. I understand completely. You know that I understand. You know that I know the drill. Brought a few friends over first. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Epic Doc. We had a read earlier from Mrs. Zania. Mrs. Zania also had to read and run. Here, we'll do stickies. Let's do ham for Mrs. Zania. I'm just going to pick because Mrs. Zania had to run. Awesome crafting stream, Mrs. Zania. Been a friend of the channel for a long time. Used to be known by a different username. I'm struggling to remember what it was. Epic Duck. I think you're just our second raid of the day. I give you cabbage. I bet you ducks would eat cabbage. So, Raiders, if you've never been here before, welcome and thank you for joining us. I am 9.5, and I'm called that because I'm missing half a finger on my right hand. A very bold restaurant coworker came up with this nickname for me many years ago. Thankfully for said coworker, I have an excellent sense of humor, and the nickname stuck, unlike the top half of my finger. To figure out where my pedals are for that.
I'm freaking out right now. I'm fangirling.
You have no clothes on. No.
Get supported, nerd.
No flipping way. You didn't do it.
Thank you for the dollar bills for the kiddos. Thank you so much, everybody. Ah!
We talked about this.
I mean, you can cook steak in a dryer, but do you want to? And when the fat renders off of the steak, does it create a fire hazard? I'm sorry, I'm a mother. I can't help but think about these things immediately. So this is a game to you guys, huh?
What? She went so hard.
There's people out here with reputations at stake.
I didn't mean to hit that button. I meant to hit this button. Or hit this on the pedal. I have pedals set up, and I am so used to tapping the Stream Deck and clicking on things with a mouse that I keep forgetting to use them, and I really need to make better use of them. So like there's that, and then there's this. Those are the two sound things I use the most. And then on the right one, I have all my like Discord stuff. I don't know why I'm not. You got pedals too. Gas, brake, and clutch. Meh. You need pedals? I have two, okay, and I'm not even using them. Why is that? It's silly is what it is. It's because I'm just used to struggling and I try to do everything the hard way. Also, one of them is pushed way underneath my desk. Yeah, don't get it. You better not be getting up to any kind of funny business while I'm down here like this. I can't see, but I can hear. Ooh, 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 ayo. Hey, all right, already, Kay. See, I should have, this button should go here. Let's go in here to Stream Deck XL, mute toggle, copy, pedal right, and paste. Yeah, that was intentional. I was testing it to make sure the button worked. But yes, thank you. Muted. Perfect. Because then I also have, you know, they finally got it together and there's now a plugin for Stream Deck for Discord. So on that I also have mute myself in Discord and mute and deafen. All right. We're going to draw a winner for the mug. Thank you so much, everyone. Hi, Metakai. Thank you so much. Thank you for saying hello from Xania's raid earlier. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Not sure if she's talking to chat or her kids. You miss playing Truck Sim. Oh, no. I have some of those kind of sims on from Humble Choice. I think I have a farm sim either from that or maybe from Epic Free Games. I can't remember. So welcome in Epic Duck Raiders. Thank you so much for the raid, Epic Duck. I know that there was a raid and run because of kiddos, which I totally understand. We're going to give away a mug from the fourth wall because we hit our every 50 new sub points. We give away a mug from the fourth wall, or sometimes I just end up doubling up and doing like a hoodie or something like that. There are free games every week on Epic. It's true. You're going to draw a winner. How do you do? Oh, I see. Yes, very funny. Very good, RC. Here. Ta-da! Look, Ma, no hands. Yes, thank you. Yes, we are going to do this through Seribot, and you can enter the oils. You can enter the giveaway by typing !enter. You need to be following the channel 18 and over. And, you know, there are some caveats that apply. You shouldn't have to pay any extra for shipping, I don't think. I do $5 for sponsored. And then beyond that, in addition to what the giveaway person paid for, because you can give away stuff from my shop through Fourth Wall, I offer to cover an additional $5 towards international postage. But outside of that, you'd have to cover the rest because then it just ends up being kind of untenable sometimes. It gets very expensive. But I don't want international people to be like completely out of the loop on the giveaways that people sponsored through Fourth Wall. So this is different, and you shouldn't have to pay anything for the shipping, but sometimes there's customs and taxes and duties and other things that end up needing to be paid on your end, and I can't control any of that, unfortunately. I love you too, Ella. So we'll draw a winner in just a moment here. I'll give you another, let's draw a winner in 1 minute. Sari just introduced a raffle thing. But the only thing is you can't see who entered. You know what? We needed to do Steam codes. Let me see if I can get the Pixel Plush one that I found set up for the Steam codes to try that out today. We were trying this out and then it was like, oh, but people can't see whether or not they're entered. You know? And there's no confirmation in chat. 30 seconds till we close the giveaway and draw a winner. How you doing, Rom? Welcome in. All right, we're gonna draw a winner. Ready? Oh, I typed the wrong command. Draw raffle? Crafty Moby! Crafty Moby, speak up in chat. Crafty Moby, you out there? Yay! Crafty Moby, head over to 9.5.live and any of the enamel coffee mugs, please let me know what your choice is and I will send you a link to redeem that. Thank you so much. And thank you to our friends that purchase things through the merch and people that support the stream through gifting subs or subscribing or, you know, cheering bits are all ways that you can support what we do. We're not doing a bit goal this month because we're doing Starlight and St. Jude again with Create-a-thon. And we're doing a bunch of charity giveaways. So we're skipping the bit goals for this month, but we are still doing every 50 new sub points. We give away a mug. Yeah, I thought about trying to whip up a pattern real quick for that little gingerbread duder. It was easy. I freehanded it. It wasn't hard. But I mean, if you're an experienced amigurumist, I feel like you could figure it out on your own. You're just saying, I know, I need to do that one. Let's do show and tell when I get to the end of this row. If you've never been here for Discord show and tell before, we do that typically once a day. I'm talking about maybe moving it to like once a week. Only reason being that way we really like make a big deal out of it, that stream, and it takes up like a good chunk of the stream and people have more time to like post in there throughout the week. But then also if we have enough stuff in there built up, then, you know, we'll be spending time doing it and people will come in and go, oh, it's show and tell day. And then they put in behind and that's what we're doing that day. I mean, maybe not the only thing we're doing that day, but I don't know. It's tough because I'm just trying to find the most efficient way to do it where people don't feel like I'm ignoring them if they come in and they tell me they've posted something after we've already done it that day. I don't think nobody's ever said anything like that. It's just I do appreciate people sharing their art and I don't want anyone to feel like I'm like, oh, I'm too busy for that right now. I mean, sometimes we are busy. And, you know, viewers need to know, like, streamers want to be able to give everyone, you know, perfectly equal attention, but that's just not always 100% possible, like, all of the time. You already know which one you want. Tell me in chat, Moby, and I'll would you prefer Discord DMs or Twitch whispers for your link? And you don't have to fill a form out for this one because it is just all traceable through the crocheting chick. Okay, so you'll pick your color once you get in there. You'll pick your color, Crafty Moby. And the size, and it's fine. You can pick whichever size you want. Actually, that one might only be one size, but all those options, you will get to pick them once you're in there, okay? Let me see here. Yeah, that's awesome. I'll do it through Whispers because it's actually just that much easier to like click your name, click the whisper button. So one moment while I get that for you. Giveaway links. We do have some new items in the fourth wall as of the last few weeks. Logo mug, and I've got a link, and it is in your whispers now, Moby. I do appreciate people redeeming those links at their earliest convenience, only because that way I don't accidentally somehow give out a second link to someone else and then you can't use it. They don't expire, but it is helpful just to make sure that they are being used. Aw, well, hey, I appreciate deeply your presence in the chat while we are fundraising. It is one of the ways that you can help. And if anyone out there is able to donate, of course, that would be amazing. We are at $1,800 today, and I am going to have to eat a Dr. Pepper flavored Jack Blink snack stick at $2,000. I'll eat this whole thing, that's, you know, like dipped in dirt. Wait, what? Hi, Fairy. Or just by itself. What do you mean? Thank you so much for redeeming your prize in a timely fashion. It's Dr. Pepper flavored, Kay. That's weird. Kay is like, give it to me. I'll nom it right down. Can Kay be my proxy, chat? Thank you, Crafty Moby. It's not a dirt or pepper. Wait. Wrong pedal, see? This is why I don't drive. Cherokee with 23 flavors. Yum. How you doing, Barry? All right, let's pull up show and tell. DJ, are you still here? Listening? DJ lurks a lot. DJ, are you still here? I just looked over at my Discord. Wow, that is amazing. Hold on. That has to be part of that command. Thank you so much. You've made my dreams come true. Absolutely amazing. Just chef's kiss. Chef's kiss, DJ. Oh my God. Wait, you'll find out. You'll see. You'll see, chat. Action, overlay images and video, and we want image, and we're gonna browse to this folder. This is how fast you can set this stuff up when you know what you're doing, sort of. Images. What? I can't see it. $15. Crafty Moby. Thank you so much, Crafty Moby. That's awesome. Big hype for Crafty Moby.
What? Present.
In a world where Starlight Children's Foundation brings toys to children, only one twitch.tv/9.5 moderator, supporter, charity supporter, an amazing human being can be counted on to buy a toy for chat. Type join if you have the guts. Enter the giveaway in Twitch chat. 45 seconds remain to enter this giveaway, generously funded by Elandriel M. Let's go, chat! Do you have what it takes? It's a ghost plushie. It's one of the bigger ones. And I don't even have to make this one, it's already made. Eight, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Shell Smiley. Shell Smiley. The final step is up to you, Shell Smiley. Click the link at the top of chat to redeem your prize. Claim your glory, Shell Smiley. You're so welcome, and thank you, Ella. Thank you, Elandriel. We love you. What? What was I doing before I was so nicely interrupted? I'll ask first before I actually enable it, but I'm uploading it into the command right now. I will ask first. I asked permission for the NAR, so again, that part I know Blapple's okay with. But the Nor soup is pretty amazing. This is fantastic. Oh, Nor. Oh, it wants an overlay duration. It should be 7 seconds. But that part isn't enabled yet. We'll find out if it's okay. Amazing. Thank you so much, Ella, and congratulations, Shell Smiley, on winning that ghost. That's very kind. Thank you very much for sponsoring a giveaway through the Fourth Wall, and 5% of all profits from Fourth Wall this month go to Starlight. Thank you again for that. I wish it could be more. I would do more. If I could budget for more, I would. Maybe one day. It'd be pretty awesome to be able to be like, you know what, this month, all revenue goes to the charity that we're working with. At some point. I would love to be able to do that. Incentives, rewards, yes. Star on Face, virtual reality gameplay for 10 kids. Thank you so much. Crafty Moby. Thank you for getting us $15 closer to me having to eat this entire meat stick on stream. What color would you like? Not sponsored. What color would you like for your star? Thank you so much. Lucky. I should just mail it to one of you. I mean, for a giveaway of a Dr. Pepper meat stick. Yeah, that's it. It's always been that. Orange, please, or a color close to that. Yeah, I have orange. We definitely have orange stars, and thank you so much again for helping us to support Starlight's mission. They are an awesome organization. If you're just joining us, if you haven't been here before, or if you came in on a raid and you just came back to your computer and you were like, what the heck is going on? I'm 9.5. Thanks for joining us today. I am crocheting and raising funds for Starlight Children's Foundation. Really amazing organization that brings happiness to hospitalized kids across the country. And orange is actually one of my favorite colors. It's my favorite color. You love Dr. Pepper. It's your favorite treat when you need a little break from water or coffee. I do like some flavors of Dr. Pepper. I just am not a big... I don't really like sweet and savory combined in certain ways. It depends heavily on what the thing is. Like, I love... Do you know the salad rolls you can get from Thai restaurants? Oh my God, my mouth is already starting to water. You know the salad rolls you can get from like a Thai restaurant, a lot of Asian restaurants, that have the sauce that comes alongside it that's like a peanut sauce that maybe is sometimes a little bit spicy too, and it's sweet. The spicy sweet peanut sauce with the salad rolls. I love that. But I don't like pineapple on my pizza. I don't like barbecue. I prefer Carolina style barbecue. DJ. I don't like the super sweet barbecue sauce. Yeah, like a satay sauce. Exactly, Platin. Zero sugar Dr. Pepper. Yeah, we usually get the zero sugar, and I like the cream soda, the vanilla cream version. Adds in approximately 3 minutes. Okay, thank you. Let's do them because we want to do show and tell. I don't know how many entries are in there. Oh, do you have a preference where I put this? Crafty Moby, thank you so much. Hey, Nut Buddy, what's going on? How you doing? We're about to do show and tell, Hub Buddy. Ooh. Nut Buddy, if you want to pop in there. You still need to try the strawberries and cream. That one's good too. Orange is also your favorite. Orange is meant to be a color that annoys people, and that's why it is used as a safety vest color as well. I am definitely that person who's like, you have to look at me whether you want to or not. Hub Buddy, that's a new one. Under the Lonely Cheek Star over here. Yeah, how you feeling? You feeling a little better? Thank you so much, Crafty Moby. We're going to take a quick break and then we'll do show and tell since the ads are coming in. Okay, everybody, thank you so much for being here. Thanks for hanging out while we're fundraising for Starlight Children's Foundation. Thank you so much for hanging out while we did our collab with just absolutely amazing, beautiful, talented, fantastic friend, Mirror Mask Arts. Please, everybody, make sure you're following Mirror. You were offended. Like, are you calling me annoying? Wait, who's bonking? Orange. Bleh. Very. Rom, have a great day at work. Thank you so much, Rom, for being here. Also an awesome friend of the channel who streams and makes really cute art and is on Team Quirky Cluckers, and among other teams we're both part of. Ramen Bucket, awesome friend of the stream. I know, but who are you bonking? What are you bonking? What was bonk worthy? Oh, I see. Yes, Ramen Bucket is a great cozy stream and very cool artwork and crochet and sometimes games. What does bonk mean? Usually it's like, oh, you did something you're not supposed to. Bonk. And oftentimes it's like, oh, that was naughty. It's all good. It's there for you to use whenever you want. There's no criticism here. I was just like, oh, did I do something bonk worthy? Or say something? Or did someone else? It's all good. I just wondered if I missed something. You just find Platin. All right, we'll be right back after these ads. Thank you so much. I will see you on the other side of the ad break. And those of you who are subbed get to watch a little bit of some Starlight videos because, I do enjoy sharing the stories of people who have benefited from their programs. Thank you for helping me support them.
Kyrell's story. I was working a lot. I was coming home late. I never got to see them grow up until he was diagnosed with cancer. When the doctor walked in and told me, we found one cancer cell in the microscope. And that's all it took. That changed everything. The hospital wasn't fun for Kai until they introduced Starlight Children's Foundation. The nurse came in and brought in we. You could see in their faces like, oh, okay, or we have something to do. He didn't feel like a patient. I'm grateful that there are so many good people out there who is willing to give their time, their effort for children like my son.
One of the most stressful moments for a child who's hospitalized is taking off their clothes when you're in hospital care.
The Starlight hospital gowns are kid-inspired and kid-created gowns. These gowns are an awesome way to really make kids' stay here unique and special.
We partnered with a number of brands and taking their iconic characters and put it on the gowns.
I love it because it has all my favorite characters from Nintendo on it.
We see a kid wearing the Starlight gowns. You could tell that they feel better about walking around the hospital in something that they really love. They kind of feel like little superheroes. The Starlight Experience VR machines are awesome. They provide kids with an immersive experience. If we put this headset on a kid's head, all of a sudden they're transported to outer space or into the woods, or they can go all around the world and kind of travel with these things all while they're confined to their hospital bed. When kids have to do a procedure at the hospital that can be scary, this VR allows them to kind of escape from that situation. So not only are these fun just to bring into the room and have fun, but they really have a therapeutic value for kids going through a tough procedure or a tough treatment to put these on and kind of escape from that for a little bit.
Starlight's purpose is to deliver happiness to seriously ill children and their families, to give them moments of normalcy, to escape whatever injury or illness they're battling.
Starlight has a lot of programs that help us build that bridge between kids really instantly.
When you're in the hospital, the days are long days, and the more we have to distract us and to entertain us, the quicker it is that we recover.
What I love about Starlight is the simplicity of the programs. You can literally see a child's face come to life when they put on one of our gowns, when they play with the Fun Centre, when they're immersed in our virtual experience world.
There's a direct correlation between happiness and outcomes after surgery. Patients that are engaged recover smoother and quicker and faster.
And it just takes the conversation away from the next scan or the next treatment or the next dressing change.
It's like a little escape for us as parents also.
And when I was playing with her, I felt very overjoyed because it was taking away my sister's pain.
One of the great strengths of Starlight is our network of hospitals and paediatric centres across the country. It's about 800 in our network that we work with.
20 years ago, we started partnering with Starlight Children's Foundation. They provide so many amazing programs to benefit seriously ill children and hospitalized children.
Everything around them as far as hospital equipment is totally unfamiliar, and so when they see something like a Nintendo roll into the room, they kind of say, oh, I didn't know that kind of stuff was allowed here.
When I'm having my treatments, they bring one of those in, and I'm just like, time to play.
It does help in the healing process because it makes him happy.
By us delivering happiness, we know that it shortens hospital stays, it improves health outcomes, and lowers the cost of care.
Starlight makes an enormous difference to patients and families.
It's all part of getting better.
And they're not just their injury, they're not just their illness, they're still a kid. And so this really allows them to still be a kid while they're in the hospital.
The more we partner with others like the Starlight Children's Foundation, the better we can do our job and the better we can take care of the kids every day.
We bring to kids that are seriously ill moments where they can be a kid.
My dearest Finn. Dear Kyrell,
Demi,
I'm writing this to you to read one day.
It feels like forever ago that our lives were changed when you were diagnosed with cancer.
I know this has allowed you to see how hard life can be, but always realize it's full of opportunities to make someone's day better.
During the most vulnerable days of your life, strangers and communities came together to support you on your journey.
There's been so much kindness surrounding you. The surgeon who cared for your heart as if it were his own. Starlight who made you smile even on your toughest days.
Never forget those who loved you so well and know that you have the responsibility to give back.
Never doubt that you can make a difference in this world.
I love you, sweet boy.
Love, Mom.
Love, Dad.
I love those videos, honestly, even though they are hard to watch. It helps me feel like again, when I got to go to Summit and meet people from St. Jude, I don't know these people, but I feel like I have heard their stories enough that it's almost as though I do, you know. Thank you. Welcome back. Thank you, everybody. I grabbed some water. And we're going to do show and tell now. So if you've never been here for that, this is a daily, typically. We're talking about how to best approach it in the future. Thing that we do in the channel where we look at people's projects that they post in a special channel in the Discord. Disillusionist posted this yesterday. I don't think we looked at it. How cute is this? Recently, Disillusionist has been focusing every Sunday on a Stash Bust Sunday meant for them to take project materials from their stash and use them, preferably in a project that can be completed in under 2 hours. The granny Christmas tree is a pattern from yarn inspirations from scrap yarn pieces, and the octopus was from leftover yarn from a baby blanket / dress that they made for their friend who was expecting in January. Oh, how cute. Oh, that's pretty. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Nub Buddy. I'm so sorry. Nub Buddy. Nub Buddy, what do you want for a star? What color would you like? Thank you so much for the $25. Did you do redeems? No wheel spins yet today. Did I forget to enable them or something? Thank you so much, Ella, for gifting that plushie to the chat. You are so incredible and so generous, and I love you. Yeah, green's an option. Sure. Thank you, Ella. Yeah, nice to Ella.
Hi.
Our team is $125 basically. $124.82 away from $25,000 raised for Starlight during this event. Pretty crazy. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. Hot Pants, that's so amazing. Let me do a green star for you. Sleep well, Ella. Sweet dreams. Less than $100. Oh, really? Oh, gosh. That's entirely possible. We are $77.05 away from $130,000 raised lifetime on Tiltify. Thank you to every single person who is part of that total. Every single donation that has made up that amount. It's pretty amazing. Wow, wow, wow. FedEx must have dropped off some dog food. Everyone was all quiet and sleepy when I went up there, and now, of course, they're barking and going crazy. One of the drivers leaves treats on top of the Chewy box, so they're not unaware of this fact. But they could also be a murderer. You never know. Nobody, do you care where I put your star? Would you like to choose? I don't have one on my forehead yet, but you can put it wherever you want, as long as it's... See, how did I know? Here, Nub Buddy. I'll even press on it with the nub. My nub senses were tingling. Yes, that's right. Thank you, friend. Thank you so much. I really, really, really appreciate every single donation. All of it counts. All of it helps. And we are at $1,840.01. Yeah, I love what they do. I mean, I know you probably also, had it's not just like the immediate care either. Like some of the stuff that they do, like, if you have to have physical therapy can be really painful. Or just recovery from an accident or, a really major illness. It can be uncomfortable, and laying around the hospital is boring, and it's, it is really something else what they do. And it's something that I think people don't always stop to think about. So it's just even bringing awareness to how awesome it is that they do what they do is pretty great. These are super pretty, really cute. I love this. This is a great idea. It's a granny square folded to look like a Christmas tree. It's pretty neat. Thank you for sharing, Disillusionist. I love that stuff. Like something that you wouldn't have thought could be another thing. I'm not saying this right. Liz, look at this. Shop sample is done. This is now on display at a local yarn shop, which is so cool. It is really a cute design. I would probably just go ahead and make it longer, personally. I'm sure it's supposed to be this like kind of almost cropped style, obviously. Yeah, it's like a cropped, but I would probably make it longer. I don't know. I could wear something like this over a dress. But it's very cute. And I actually like this, the green stripe. I wasn't sure how I felt about the green stripe before. I think Liz also was saying that she would have preferred a different stripe color, but they just give you the materials and ask you to knit it up as a sample. So but that's very cool. Shawl for pattern test is done. Another item for like a test or like a example. What is this called again? Shop sample. Yeah. Sample and test knitting and crocheting is a fun thing to be able to do. Shawl for pattern test is done. It's Tunisian entrelac designed by Abby Mead of Australia. Just waiting for it to finish drying. Then it's going to be a Christmas present for your mama. Also, you cut it a little close while playing yarn chicken. Oh no. Oh, wow. Look at that, would you? 2 grams of yarn is what you had left over at the end. Wow. Beautiful. Oh, my goodness. That is gorgeous. That's just lovely. Awesome work, Sea Wolf Pack. That's a big project. How cool is that? Yeah, you weren't kidding. That's very close. How long have you been working on this, Sea Wolf Pack? Watercolor doodled a bunch of blocks and now doodling over them with ink. Wyvern says, I'd love feedback. I'm hoping to sell the originals. They're about postcard size. Well, first of all, one thing I would say is don't you dare sell these originals without scanning them and having them available as some sort of a digital item. Because they're beautiful and very detailed. And yes, it would be lovely for someone to own the original, but I think that it would be cool to be able to have them as like wallpaper for a phone or something like that. That is really cool. Yeah, they're all beautiful. I would love to use this as like a background for a phone or a digital postcard or whatever. A lot of times that's what artists will do for like an Etsy or not an Etsy, Ko-fi or Patreon. Aster Dragon, happy Krampusnacht with Krampus on this Thursday. This is adorable. And also somehow sort of disturbing. All at once. Where we've been all this past week, and most of Aster Dragon's artwork has to do with cats, but I really do. I love this. This is pretty cute. Where Flava's been this past week, getting Santa's room ready for Saturday. Friday and Saturday are having some free fun for families. Vendors, games, tree lighting, snow, hay rides, and so much more. Santa will be at the end of games and activities as you make your way through Buddy the Elf's story. You can even take pictures with the snowman and some of his Arctic puppet friends. Very cool. Oh yeah, it's like the old school animated. That's cool. Oh, look at all of the paper snowflakes hanging from the ceiling. I love this. The 7 levels of the candy cane forest. Right here. Past the sea of swirly twirly gumdrops. See, I've seen that movie a couple of times. We just watched it the other night, actually. I love that movie. Oh my goodness, this is amazing. That's great. Perfect. Do you have a Lincoln Tunnel? Where's the Lincoln Tunnel? Still so much better than the Willy Wonka experience. Oh no. Santa's mailbox. Very cute. Oh, I love it. Oh, and look at the little stockings and everything. So cute. See, like, I love Christmas. I'm just not ready to celebrate it until like December 1st. I think a whole month of a holiday almost is plenty.